Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, June the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Jake. All right, guys. Well, a couple of things happening right now. Certainly on the short side, and I'm not in either. I probably would have taken UNFI. This is an earnings play. Probably would have taken this UNFI on that 20 break, except I didn't like that big pull up to 23. So if that hadn't happened, I probably would have taken this 120. This is UNFI. This is an earnings play. And the other one, which I'm not in either, is Campbell Soup, CPB earnings play, just getting rocked right now, down 6%. I think when I look at the weekly chart, in fact, I think it's getting very close. I think on the weekly chart, it's very, very close to that low. Yeah, getting closer. About a little less than $1 away on the weekly chart. Looks like the next low is around 46.78 or so. So those two certainly to be watched all day. And even though it pains me, but GME, guys, GME is GME is ripping right now, and they have earnings after hours. So who knows what they're going to say? I mean, they surprised everybody the last earnings release, which was here, and it popped up to 26. It's basically almost right back up to that high of that week. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. MOND, no, okay. MOND is a financing. MOND is gapping down on a financing. Financing is at $10, so it's just a little bit underneath the financing price. That's MOND. CJET is China Jet is still active. This is the one that was JWAC, I think, a couple of days ago. The SPAC JWAC, and it turned into CJET. Up yesterday, it got up to 839, pulled all the way back. But it's up 30% right now. Another earnings play is Ollie. OLLI is another earnings play. This is sort of doing what UNFI did, kind of a bit of a pull up here. So it actually looks like it's going to go positive. This was down quite a bit. It was down to $58, so it's popped up $3. It's actually almost at yesterday's close now for Ollie, OLLI. Yext, YEXT is an earnings play. It's big gap up, 17% gap up. Actually got up to 12 something or other before it pulled back to 11. VBNK, Canadian stock, VBNK. It's an earnings play. I didn't like the way it was trading. Yeah, I saw this. So it's still up 12%, but it really has pulled back a lot from 12.79 all the way back down to 8. Marvel was on the move, guys. MRVL. Marvel was on the move earlier. Versus piggybacked on Nvidia's earnings a while back, but his last week, bit of a downturn. But anyway, this is on the move. I don't see any specific. Oh, wait a minute. This is what you're talking about. No, you're not talking about that one, Rio. Marvel wins Amazon's AI order. Marvel wins Amazon's AI order. Okay. I was reading Amazon Pay ads, AFRM, but this is completely different. So Marvel wins Amazon's AI order. Both ways, Sashin, up or down, whatever the chart tells me. The farm is a buyout. Farm is a buyout. So I don't expect too much more in this. I guess this is a private company. They're selling to Direct Ship, $100 million for about $100 million. I think direct ship must be a direct, I should say really carefully, direct ship must be a private company. Micron, boom. Let's take a look at Micron. Yeah, so Micron, I wonder if this is anything. Micron enables compute. Yeah, so another AI play right now, guys. So some of the big guys, Micron, of course, a big name. Now they're starting to pump out press releases with AI. But definitely Marvel, MRVL. Marvel's holding, guys. Never mind these bottoming tails. You see what's happening on the SPY. These are, I don't want to call them misprints, but they're weird prints. Okay. So Campbell Soup continues to make its way down. CPB continues to make its way down on earnings or lack thereof. Way below the 200-day moving average now. William, were you still in that one? Were you still in TO? Okay. As long as it was a reasonable loss, that's good. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Looking at AI specifically. Actually, AI this morning was actually looking a little weak. You know what? Again, discount this bottoming tail. That's what I saw. But the minute I saw this, I was looking over at the SPY, and you see the same thing. These are, I don't want to label them misprints, but not to be believed. How's that? Meanwhile, Marvel, another new high, guys. Marvel, another new pre-market high. Faust Bear, I don't know if you're still in the room. You asked a question about why wasn't farm showing up. No idea behind. I have to see what your scan looks like, but farm certainly showing up in mine. And as far as back testing, somebody asked a question about back testing. I directed you to the guide. Back testing is a feature that most of our customers do not use. But the guide probably is as comprehensive as you're going to get. I can't really add anything more. I don't back test at all. You always start off with an alert window. You create what you think is maybe a reasonable strategy, and you right click, and then you back test the strategy and see how it works. And you'll see that you'll have an equity curve that is generated, and then you have all sorts of optimizations that you can do, maybe time of day, volume, price ranges, things like that. Tedious. Do I have a link to my layout? Yes, I do. Les Campbell Soup continues down, continues down. So I'm going to give you two links, Les. This is in our YouTube room, asking me for a link. So this is the layout that you see, and I'll give you two options. Option number one is the first one, test drive layout. Option number two, it's the same layout, it's just the docked version. Okay. Now, what you won't have, so if you don't know what docking is, then just do the first one, okay? But if you're okay with docking, now what you won't have is the Brokerage Plus window. You'll have to load it yourself. Unfortunately, it does not copy in the layout. So you'll have to load Brokerage Plus yourself. Just click on new and then Brokerage Plus if you want it. The race I run is called the Biggest Gainers from the Open. and it started at 9:30. No, and yeah, and should really rename this. I thought I had renamed it, because it's not it's the open, but it's when the race started. So the biggest gainers from when each race starts. So I run 4-minute races, so it's the one that moves the most percentage wise since the race started. Well, GME now challenging this high right over here. The high right over here is 27. So it's getting close to that high way over here. So that is the high. That was the high. On that day they released earnings, and I guess, well, they surprised people. I guess they actually they said they turned a profit. Now we'll have to see what happens this afternoon after the market closes, because they're releasing earnings again. Still has a long ways to go, though, to get back up to that 160 level, which is where they did the 40 level. Okay, the 40 level is that's where they did their 1 for 4 forward split. They did it at 160, so the equivalent of 40. But hey, over the last well, since the beginning of May, so a little over a month, it's gone from 18 to 26. Yeah, the prints from late reporting from last night. Yeah, I sort of know all that, but I just discount it because I know enough to not really look at it. I know they're there. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Campbell Soup still making new lows here. CPB. Take a look at AI, and the high, not the all-time high, but the recent high is still up here at 44. And then they had earnings this day, and they got hammered down to 30. Even Carvana. So the memers are starting to. Carvana is on the move here. CVNA high yesterday. Well, it's broken yesterday's high. High on what do we know? Wednesday. High on Monday was 1623. So it still has a ways to go to get to that high. All right, 9:13. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Campbell Soup continues to move down. CPB, not very many of each, guys, in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in. There's anything interesting, anything from Goldman or one stock being multiple. I see Wedbush is upgrading NVCR. Now that one was hit hard yesterday. Sort of mixed, sort of mixed reactions on the press release at the beginning. Well, that is probably should watch NVCR to see if we have a recovery day. Actually had a nice move at the end of the day. Take a look at NVCR. So got hammered down yesterday. Okay, this was I don't remember exactly why. Just give me a moment. Some news, obviously, but anyway, it had a little recovery at the end of the day. Went from 46 up to about 50. So we're still hanging around that 50 level right now. On the downgrades, again, hardly any of each. Well, look at the ZXRT just getting pummeled down also. Under a dollar now. VXRT under a dollar. This is even shortable for me. Yeah, so they're going to do an offering, proposed public offering. So they're doing a financing at some point. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for a mildly positive open. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the show more and get down to our sector status. Markets were basically flat yesterday. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So if we just do a quick look at the rest of the sectors, as I said, we're in for a mildly positive open. Most of the sectors are above the 50% level. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at where they are, as always, with respect to the 200-day moving average. Here's XLE. There's the 200-day moving average, still quite a bit below it. So there's one. I could count the major sectors below. Retail absolutely should be below XRT. Trying to, it's recovering though. Retail is recovering. And consumer staples, XLP. Just again, just like yesterday, just kind of sitting on it. Okay. Just kind of sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Close a little bit below. So that is below. I have to count that as a below. So that's three. XLV, healthcare, XLV. Another one that got into the 200-day moving average, but closed below. So XLV. So that's four. These four, first four are below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Okay, that is above. Financials definitely will be below. Getting closer, guys, though. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. After all that, the regional bank fiasco. Discretionary kept moving away from it on the upside. XLY, yeah, keeps moving away from it on the upside. And materials, XLB, XLB. So you can see what happened. It sat on it for a while and then closed above. So XLB is above. And we know that communications and tech are way above it. XLC communications still moving steadily away from that 200-day moving average. And XLK technology doing the same thing. Same thing. So we've got five of the majors below the 200-day and four above. I don't usually look at utilities. Utilities is I think it's probably below. Yeah, way below. And this is, typically utility stocks are good. They're dividend bearing stocks. People go into these when the market's not great, but market's been pretty darn robust. Is there a way to link the top taskbar with a docked window? Say they are not. Yeah, are you talking about this, the taskbar? I don't think so. Taskbar just sits up there the whole time in a docked window. Not sure, understand why you'd want to do that, but you're talking about this is the taskbar. I mean, it sits up there all the time. And here are my docked windows. I'm trying to figure out why would you want to have like a taskbar assigned to a specific dock window? Anyway, unless Pepe is in the room, I don't think so. I don't. I think the answer is no. I don't understand. When you want to move these windows, they are separate. So you can have as many dock window. Well, I shouldn't say that. It might overload your resources, but you can have as many docked windows in theory as you want. Why would you want them to be linked to the taskbar? Why would you want this one linked? Don't quite understand. There you go. Yeah. So Pepe says, as he says, the taskbar is always free floating. So you cannot dock the taskbar into another into a docked window. What else was moving this morning, guys, was Palantir, PLTR. PLTR was moving also. Had a great run also from basically a double, almost a double since May 15th. All right, let's see if anything. I do see this SVRE. I looked at it though, and again, something that's gone from two all the way down to 150, 60. It's a low float Israeli stock. Seen this one many, many times. It just sort of chops around. This is actually an earnings play. Vera Bradley is an earnings play. VRA is an earnings play. Nice big gap up on earnings. I guess it has a shot to the 650 level, but it is pulling back pretty severely right now. So this is the trade of the week. So did it actually trigger? Today's the last day, I believe, the way it works. It can trigger. You can trade it any way you want, but what was the trigger price in in the email that Steve sent out? What's my definition of a low float? For me, anything under 20 million. But as I always say, I mean, it really depends on what you're used to trading. Because if you're used to trading Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, with the multi-billion dollar floats, people like that will look at 100 million as being low. Okay. So it all depends on what you're trading. But for me, anything under 20 million is what I consider a low float. Some would say 10 million, some would say 5 million. Really, there's no scientific definition. No, no, no. No. The reason I mentioned earnings plays is because then those stocks are typically in play all day. Okay, whether they go up or down. Now, UNFI, UNFI, is an earnings play, and obviously it's been beaten up on earnings and it's moving down. But at some point maybe it bounces. But right now, obviously the trend is down. Campbell Soup, the same thing, CPB. So, I always mention the earnings plays because typically those stocks will be active all day. They'll have high volume because typically when a stock releases earnings, that's when there is the most interest, either to the upside or the downside. But when I say an earnings play up, doesn't mean it's going to keep going up. Like YEXC, as Real pointed out, it might fade. We don't, you just don't know. I mean, look what happened. It got up to 1274 and go back. I don't know if that is a true, I don't know if that's real, if that's one of these, well, it looks like it is because I don't see a big topping tail here. So it's just really alerting you to the fact that this is an earnings play. The stock should be active all day long. Kellogg's, not an earnings play, but yeah, I guess maybe a sympathy play. Not no volume yet, 11,000 shares, but maybe a sympathy play to with Campbell Soup CPB. Looks like the next low is not that far away, 64.61. So that's only less than a dollar away for a $65 stock. But you never know. I mean, the volume obviously has to pick up. I see play for whatever reason it didn't show up on my. Maybe I just didn't realize it. Yeah, I do see play as an earnings play right up here, getting close to the 200-day moving average, 37.20. So we'll call it, and that's looming on top of it right now. If it can take out that 200-day moving average, I mean, the next high is around 39.50. So that would have some room if it can take out that 200-day moving average. And Unity U is still active, of course, after that Apple day a couple of days ago. Itch Fix SFIX. This is an earnings play, also, guys. A little cheap one. Another one coming right into the 200-day moving average, 421, coming right into it. Is this shortable for me? Yes, lots of shares, 2 million. So that is fake news on on Marvel, MRVL. Let's see what. Here we go. Here is your weasel word. Is this going to happen again with no data to display? Anybody contact IB? This is the first time that I feel like contacting IB in 7 years because now I know that we're getting this no data to display. But anyway, the headline says trader technology shares are trading higher following a report suggesting that Amazon wins this Amazon AI order. Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute to the open. So I'm going to shut this one down about 20 seconds or so. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we'll make an exception sometimes if I get something on my 10-day daily breakdown that is an all-time low. But typically I do wait about 15 minutes. And we are now open. We're open for business now, guys. Again, this farm is a buyout. I wouldn't get too excited about this, but this is a buyout. FARM farm. This is a firm, AFRM. You guys were talking about it. I saw the big pop here. Amazon Pay, yeah, so as Real pointed out, Amazon Pay, we're gonna get this no data to display. What's going on with their news feed? Mavis, MVIS. Boy, this had a big day yesterday. I know some were have been following this one for a while. It's had a great run from 230 to 770. Just a couple of blips along the way, red bars on the daily. And speaking of Mavis, that just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. But maybe just a little bit early for me. Look at Yext. I think Yext just, well, I thought it took this out, but look at Yext on the way here, guys. YEXT on the way. This is an earnings play. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is about 1279 or so on the weekly chart for Yext, YEXT. Meanwhile, GTLB, I had a price alert set for this one for some reason. To take out that high right there on the weekly chart. So that's right. This is the one that had earnings yesterday. Big earnings day yesterday. I better get back to my daily chart. Big earnings day yesterday. So now it's above yesterday's high. And the next high looking left is 5091. So this still has room. Still has room. Market is surging a little bit here. As I say, we're in for a positive open. So far, so good. DHC, opinion on DHC. You bought it yesterday. Somebody said that this is a. Didn't William say something about it? Wondering if the OPI DHC merger actually happens, the amount offered by OPI. Yeah, I really don't know. I have no opinion. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it's some kind of a merger from yesterday, but oh, I certainly not a financial advisor. I cannot advise you on this. I have no idea. This is all that's in our YouTube in our main room. This is what somebody posted though. Again, this is just an opinion. Nothing, not mine. It's just an opinion. Okay. Too much. I hate. Yeah, YouTube just doesn't allow big posts. Sorry. Well, if I were a little less conservative, guys, there's the Yex at 1215, now at 1283. So there's a 10-day daily breakout and 1215, and now Yex is at 1283. I'm just a little too conservative to take these that early. And again, this is probably my favorite scan, the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. Nothing happening in the breakdown yet. And those two I am sharing on my homepage. But look at this market. First 15-minute candle, guys. Big green wide candle. So if you can see my screen, retired Fido, I mean, this is what somebody posted. I'm wondering if this OPI/DHC merger actually happens. The amount offered by OPI is now equal to $1.13 a share. DHI is trading over two. I'm betting shareholders demand that it be renegotiated, etc. So, I mean, that's just an opinion, and I personally have no opinion. Waiting for an AI alert to come in. So if you have our if you're part of the test drive or you have our premium service, all I would do is just have the strategy trades all window open. If you don't have my layout, all you have to do is click on new and premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. And then this window, nothing's happening yet. We have a halt on volatility for BLG. And this is on the way down. Well, I guess there's our answer, guys. There's play through the 200-day moving average, like nothing. Earnings play, just like nothing. And again, it's just too early for me to take these. You know, I'm just conservative that way. I've just seen too many times where stocks pop up and then down and chop around in the first 15. So I like to just bide my time a bit. But this is now, I mean, the next high looking left is, well, it's almost there, 40.60. The next high is 41.64. Now, this is interesting. You guys have Interactive Brokers. They're not making shorts available for this at all. It's just not available. The big red dot. Very rarely do we see that. A lot of times they'll say shorts aren't available right now, but we can search for you. But they are not at Interactive Brokers anyway, and not allow us to short play PLAY. I wonder why. Now let me put the test drive link in. Okay, you can still sign up for the test drive. You get the balance of today, seven trading days. Okay. Not a buyout. Okay, so they sold a business, so it's not completely a buyout. Okay, let me read that again. Thank you, John, for that on the farm. So when you click on test drive, my test drive link, so what it looks like. So you will not get 2 weeks. Okay, it started on the 5th and it runs through the 20th inclusive. That would have been 10 days. So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 7 trading days. It still will cost $11.11. Okay. And if you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same. We'll upgrade you to premium. So you'll have access to our premium subscription, just as if you're a premium subscriber. The only thing you cannot do, there is no auto trading, no auto trading. So if that's the only reason why you thought you want to take the test drive, don't do it. Okay. Now the last one we had was October, so I have no idea when the next one will be. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Like they always use this phrase, we are not that sort of a company. Okay. So if you can afford $11.11, you want to take advantage of approximately 8 trading days with us, go for it. Really? Well, unless it was a well, maybe it's a Canadian thing because I see a big red dot that says not shortable. Not available. Well, the big red, not available for short sale. Interesting that you would, but maybe it's a Canadian thing. I don't know. Okay, so there, you know what? Didn't hear it. Okay, so here are a couple of AI alerts, guys. So there's the Yext 1274. That was the alert price. Well, maybe they're just picking on me. Seriously, it's weird. RGV Red Robin, is this a earnings play? Not an earnings play. Red Robin, though. Let's see. This has room, guys. Looking left, it's got to take out 1383, and if it does, it's got room. It's got about $1. This might be something weird because it says it's I even have delayed. So there's something going on. Maybe it's looking at some other stock because this is what I'm seeing in my time in sales. So I don't know what's going on. Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not too. Yes, right down. Now, as I was saying yesterday, guys, use this like a watch list, okay? I mean, the fact that Red Robin, there was your alert at 1370, it's now 1350. If it gets back up to 1370, and so all I'm going to do is just stick a price alert there and see if it comes back later on. Why wouldn't you have Red Robin? Do you have any filters in place? If you look at the filters, good. You have the red dot. Okay. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Ollie. OLLI. Now, this has gone actually positive. I have no explanation why you wouldn't have all three, unless if you check your filters, is it possible that I don't know. I don't know what you could have checked, but if you can see the filter and click on it and just check to see if you got anything checked here. Yeah, maybe restart. Yeah, do a click on account. Now, did you reset connection? Did you have trade ideas running overnight? Okay, good, because that's a common, I should mention it every single day. You shut down trade, not you, Blaine, but I mean, everybody shut down trade ideas overnight, reload it fresh in the morning. So you think the beta may have an issue? Trades appear and then disappear? I'm not on the beta. I'm on a development version. So, how about the other two, Vicky? Oh, there's Unity, guys. There's Unity. Interesting. Now, Unity, see, for me, I think it's an interesting idea, but I would have to have it take out yesterday's high, 37.68. So again, using this like a watch list, I think I like the idea, but yesterday's high might stall it. So I would wait for a 37.68 break, number one. And then it has a shot to get up to this 40 level. You don't have to do that. I mean, if you want to take the trade right away, that's fine if you believe in what this is all about, but that's the way I look at things. Welcome, Paul, in our YouTube room. Welcome. All right, guys. Well, my 10-day daily breakout is on fire right now. Again, that's something I am sharing. So there's Unity now over yesterday's high. All right. Well, let's see, guys. Let's see if this rocks through 38 anyway. Now, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but as you said, I would wait for a break of yesterday's high. This short idea of Cogent, the next low looking left on the daily is 1153. So there is some room, but I'm kind of a stickler for a whole number break. Okay, guys, you starting to work now. The next high looking left for you. 39.46, and not saying it's getting there. Just saying that is the next high. Again, how you manage this trade is up to you. Please don't ask me to, tell you when you should take profit or anything like that. You have to have a trading plan of some sort. Okay, we've got a couple of bouncers now. Unity, you and CPB are now kind of bouncing. Okay, not kind of. I mean, Unity from 19 to so it's bounced about $1. And there's the U right back down underneath 38. So again, me. I mean, I that whole number is such a magnet for me. It got over it, and as it approached it, I basically took a lot off, and now I'll wait and see if I want to get back in it. The X is right back up. YEXT right back up, and on the weekly chart, yeah, it looks like 1310. 1310 is 13 and 1310 are the next highs on the weekly, so that could stall it. Pretty erratic, you guys. I mean, look at Dawn, guys. DAWN. Look at Dawn. Now let's see if all these lofty price targets allow it to stay up here today. There are price targets on this one from 38 to $50. That's DAWN. So Paul, are you a part of this test drive, or do you have trade ideas? I'm just talking Steinbruch, if I'm pronouncing it right. If are you part of the test drive? Are you a trade idea subscriber, or are you just seeing what's going on? Okay. I am sharing my layout if you do want it, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. Let me, other scans. Did they do an offering at 13? Really? Maybe that's why I got hammered down for a while. I didn't see that. And I'm talking about Don. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, and scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Now I am sharing my layout. Okay. Oh, wow. If you've never traded before, okay. Then before you do anything, this is what I would do. Trading 101. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, if you've never traded before, Trade Ideas is not a does not teach you how to trade. Okay. I mean, the program is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas for you, but then you have to have some trading background, chart reading experience and all of that. So I would take a look at this Trading 101, which is a course that one of the traders at Trade Ideas put together. Okay. And then we have a simulator here. I would practice trading like mad before you commit money to the market. Well, I can talk about back testing, but I don't do it, Sky. You saw what? Did you see what I direct you to the user guide, but I don't back test. I mean, it's just here it is, right? You have to create an alert strategy or an alert idea, I'll call it, and then you back test it. So if I back tested this just for argument's sake, I'm just gonna, you can all sorts of options when you want to start it, when you want to end it. I'll do this, timed exits, risk management, advanced. I don't back test. So you can, I mean, when you simulate the buy, somebody said, well, why don't you back test your strategies? I don't care about, I want the ideas. So right now, you see, I mean, this is not great, but now you can go ahead and go into the optimization. You can start looking at price ranges. Is there a better price range without curve fitting it too much? Is there a better price range to look at? Is there a better time of day to look at? All sorts of things. It is a tedious operation. And again, I don't do it, but not many of our customers do it. But it is there, part of our premium service. So if you're into it, if you've got the time, and you want to take a strategy that you think might work, and you back test it, and then you start checking the optimization tools. Okay. James, we're not allowing auto trading the AI. Okay. That is going to be discontinued completely. So your question about auto trading the AI, the only thing that you'll be able to auto trade going forward are your own strategies. Now, during the test drive, there was no auto trading capabilities at all, but going forward, there will be no auto trading of the AI. Yes, I mean, I used to back test. When I got the program in 2010, I thought, wow, I'm going to back test, and I'd create all these strategies that I would read about, and especially opening range breaks. And I was convinced that I could find a way to back test it and get it into a profitable situation without curve fitting too much. Of course, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. It was fun. It's fun if you've got the time. It's fun to look at our back tester and play around with it, but I have no time to do that anymore. Best way to use the AI though, Paul, like the only reason I'm assuming then, Paul, you can't you don't want to stare at a computer all day long. The best way to use the AI seriously is as a watch list. For instance, here's you, okay, 37.48. Now it gave us a nice trade early. Maybe it comes back to that price. Okay, so I'm actually gonna stick an alert, or actually I'm gonna stick an alert up here at yesterday's high, 30, so around 37.67, and see if it takes it out later on. I use it like a watch list. They're all pre-built scanners. Yeah, pre-built scanners. Michael Noss put them all together. Okay, so you cannot adjust them at all. Base just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. Well, YEX is, when I looked at the weekly chart, it's basically a little bit above those highs now, YEXT. So this is on the move now. and it's taken out those highs barely, barely, and that is the YEXT. So another example, 1274 was your, the original suggestion. Look what it did. There's the candle that happened. It did pop up. If you had taken the trade, not bad. You maybe traded it out. And then look what it did. It dropped down to 1251, came back to 1274, gave you an opportunity to take the trade again or for the first time if you missed it the first time. Use it like a watch list. We do not get too many alerts in the AI. So it's not hard to, set price levels. Same thing, here's the RRGB, big pop up, big drop right back down to 1322. There's your original alert at 1370. Maybe it comes out, maybe it comes up later. Keep trying to short this base. That's what I'm talking about right here, guys. Short the base 1774, but it's a tough spread right now. It's at 62.73. I wonder why this is doing this. Boy, look at Stitch Fix. Wow. Again, my conservative nature. Look at that alert at 465 at 938. It was just a little too early for me. It's an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, earnings play. 512. Now, again, I am sharing these scans, okay? The 10-day daily breaks, either on the upside or the downside. Okay, let me try to do something here. Got to want to fit the race in a little bit better. So here's the time. Okay, there we go. Nice. Love is an earnings play. LOVE, get none. So now love is an earnings play. 2261 is the next low looking left. If it can take that out, 2179. That is an interesting look here, guys. On the love, LOVE, through the 200-day moving average. LOVE is an earnings play. Why discontinuing? Because it doesn't work. Auto trading. Okay, I'm totally against auto trading in general, but auto trading the AI, it just was not. If you're going to blindly follow it, just and try to auto trade, it just was not giving good results. So it's that simple. Especially if you're trying to auto trade it, just thinking, you know what, I'm going to turn my system on in the morning. I'm going to leave it running all day, auto trade the AI, and come back in the afternoon. When the market closes, and count my money. It won't work. But if you can use it like a watch list, it is way better to use it like a watch list. Well, this is pretty interesting, guys. So, okay, I do see the financing now. So they're raising quite a bit of money, but it's done at $13 and the market is shaking it off like nothing. Okay, this is Dawn, DAWN. The next high looking left is 16. But all these companies like Wedbush and I think Wainwright and Needham and all that, putting big price targets, ranging from I think 35 to 50. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but all right, guys. Love the next low looking left is 21 20. It took that low, out at the 2664 briefly. It popped a little bit above it or right at it now. Let's see if it takes it out again. And the next low looking left is 2176 or so. Right, so it's bouncing a bit here. Let's see if I want to see if it takes out 23 again in a big way. Oh, I'm saying the AI gives you it generates a watch list for you, okay, that you can follow all day long without you having to do anything. Okay, so I use it like a watch list. So if you just want to have stocks, without having to do any work, without having to create any strategies, giving you interesting looking ideas, then the AI is for you. You just don't auto trade it. There was one yesterday that was a classic example. I think it was GTLB. I think the alert was, I think it was GTLB. Anyway, I mean, what happened is that we had the alert for GTLB. It immediately moved down, and then it came back up later on, maybe an hour later to the alert price, and then it ran. Okay, so you can look at it in a few ways that, not every, you might have a nice little idea generator, and sometimes you get the alerts and it doesn't go in the way you think it should. Well, that it was designed to, if it's a long play, maybe it dips, but maybe it comes back later on. So look at it this way. Maybe it was just a little early. Maybe something happened with the market. Maybe the market had a big effect on what was happening, especially if it's a stock that kind of tracks the market. But it could always come back later on. So that's why, just put price alerts. And look at the U. You had to be nimble on this one. I mean, I'm just a whole I'm a whole number freak. I'll just say it like that. When it popped up through 38 and the minute it started moving back down to 38 and said, okay, I'm going to get out of, well, quite a bit of it actually. And then the minute it broke down through 38, I got out of everything with the idea that if it broke above 38 again later on in the day, maybe I would take it again. But, I mean, but that's the way I trade. Now, GCT 774 is the 200-day moving average. Now, this was a crazy one from a few days ago. GCT got up to 12, pulled all the way back down to 5. Okay, so if you've got my 10-day daily breakout, well, let me just duplicate it into a free floating window. Ah, shoot. No, 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 no. Okay, good. So if you want to change it, here are the filters, configure. You just have to do a search on 20. Search, search on 20. See what, you can a lot of things, but take a look at, I'm just going to scroll down. Position in the 20-day range. Okay, there it is. So if you want to add that, so all this is, so there's that filter. There's a position in the 10-day range. If you would rather change it to 20, then you have to do a search. You'll find the position in the 20-day range, and you either get rid of this. So again, position in 20-day range. You could add that filter and put 100 here and get rid of this or keep them both. Yeah, so with any of my filter or any of my strategies, I mean, you know, it's a style that I want, but I mean, if you wanted a different price range or you wanted it just as Sky was talking about, maybe you want a 20-day range break instead of a 10-day, then you can of course change, but this is how I like to trade, but doesn't have to be how you like to trade. Okay, now somebody said this is not a buyout. It says, okay, I see what you're saying. So this is they're selling their direct ship business for 100 million. So it's not a complete buyout of the company. Okay. I apologize. So now Farm is able to focus on its most profitable business. Okay. Direct store, according to them. Okay. So I do apologize for thinking that it was a buyout. Campbell Soup has been bouncing, guys. CPB has been bouncing. Okay, guys, this UNFI is pretty interesting level right here. UNFI, pretty interesting level, in my opinion. Right over the whole number, 21. Says hanging tough over the whole number. The next high looking left is way up here, is 23 on the 50, on a 15-minute chart. So the longer it holds over 20, there it goes a little bit. The longer it holds over this, I mean, it's having a nice recovery actually. All right, guys, I'm back. Keep an eye on this UNFI, guys. I mean, the long, shoot, starting to move. UNFI. There's the VWAP, 2039. Oh, it's way above the VWAP, way above it. I just missed my entry on the UNFI. Shoot. Oh well, there'll be another one. Okay, guys. Well, the X is obviously, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but definitely a nice one as a watch list from the AI. Continuing to watch love, guys. A little VE, just hanging just underneath 23. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of bounces here. Some of these ones that broke down. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown, the base, but I'm not seeing a lot of continuation down. Certainly didn't see the continuation down for UNFI, UNFI, or CPB, Campbell Soup. And it's not because the market's bouncing. I mean, the market's putting in 45 minutes now of red. Still says not shortable. There's something going on with this this play, the way I'm loading it in Interactive Brokers, I guess. I don't know. So it's all real time, James. Number one, okay. So the refresh, it's real time, so that's not an issue. Um, so if you look at our charts, the question is in our YouTube room, how to open multiple time frame charts on the same ticker. So if you right click on a chart and go to properties, you'll notice one of the things is symbol linking. One of the options is symbol linking. If you check symbol linking, basically two options. It's either checked or it's not checked. And when this pops up, I mean the default is linked to all, so that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. So it's either checked or not checked. When you check it, so these two are checked. That's why when I click on curve, they load. Whereas the SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. Okay. So it's only, again, so right click on the chart and go to properties and symbol linking. Check it or uncheck it. Also, guys, one of the common questions is, well, how do you change something on the chart, like get to another symbol? Just left click the chart just so the system knows what chart you're in. Now, typically, all you have to do is just start to type. So if I just type in M for Macy's, okay, and then click change. So if I want to go back to Unity, I just start to type. I can hit either enter on my keyboard or click the change. Now, if for some reason when you start to type, the box doesn't pop up, hit the space bar, okay, on your keyboard. Hit the space bar. You know what? This is in the HTML charts. That doesn't work, I guess. Most of you are probably not on those charts. Yeah. So, okay. So most of you will be on this version of the charts. So again, just left click. And if typing doesn't bring up the change symbol box, hit the space bar and that should bring up the change symbol box. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, if you create a new chart window, you can, if you always want it linked, so you can set up your chart window sort of like a default. Maybe you'll have moving averages or things you always want to see, the volume and things like that. And maybe you always want it linked when you bring it up. Okay. And then what you do is you right click and save as default. So every time you bring up a chart, all the things you normally want to see on every single chart is done. Okay. Or you could duplicate. I typically don't do that anymore. I just duplicate my chart. I just duplicate the chart. Want to bring up a bunch of charts. It's slightly faster. I am screen share. The charts are the HTML, okay? Browser interface. So yeah, it's the charts is what I am, or the HTML. Everything else is normal, whatever that is. I didn't even see this. So base is actually showing up here also as a potential short. I would have to let it break 18. Duplicate is if you're trying to duplicate a chart in the doc. I think I know what you mean. But yeah, yeah, okay. I'm talking about duplicating a free floating window. Okay, if you duplicate something within a dock, it gets a little bit different. Yeah, it'll just duplicate it right in the dock you're in, and then it'll show up as a tab. Why docking is not something that you have to do. Okay, it's a nice feature, I suppose. It cleans things up a bit, but it's certainly nothing you have to know about. I gave people two layouts to choose from. Boy, look at Yex. What a great. I'm not in it, guys. I did not. I got a little distracted, but I should definitely be in it on that second break of the alert. Yeah, so you just do this. You just right click, click on configure, sky. Here they are. Okay, so if you want to get rid of this one, okay, so here they are. Just exit, just delete the value. Delete the value. I'm not going to do it, but just if I just deleted the value and then said okay, then it's gone. And make sure you save your work. This base is interesting. I mean, it has some room underneath. Got down to 1766. The next low is 1722, I think, or even lower. 1713. The issue I got with it is a little bit of a spread issue. 1783, 1795. Remember Mavis at the beginning of the day, guys? Look at it now. Mavis, look at it now. It actually went negative. MVIS went negative. The next low looking left is 539. So the bounces for CPV, Campbell's, and UNFI are still there, even though the market is certainly not helping those bounces. So these are kind of trading on their own on in bounce fashion. All right, guys, look at this one, NVCR. So this, I know it had an upgrade this morning, but this is still weak. NVCR is still weak. It's almost at yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 4606, so it's getting close. In fact, it briefly broke down through it. So I have to stick an alert there because I think when we looked at this yesterday, I think the next lows are way down still. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. I don't even. I mean, I'm going back to 2020 now. There's really no support for NVCR, guys. I mean, yeah, I'm back to 2019. There's really no support for this one. Um, NVCR is in my 20-day range low, high low. It's just it's a top list. I look at it every now and then. Doesn't give me too many symbols to look at. And there it was right here in VCR. Okay, so 4 different time frames of the same ticker. Okay, so I showed you how to do that, James. Are you talking about putting it in a dock though, like something like this? I mean, but it's you just all you have to do is just choose your time frames, duplicate, you know, go to new, get a chart up and running, duplicate it 3 times. It won't go into a dock, and then just change the time frames to what you want. Now, make sure the only thing I can make sure you don't have if you click on tools and options and layouts, make sure this is not checked. Open in dock window. Okay. Okay, that might be the reason. So go to from our toolbar, click on tools and then options and then layouts and then where it says opening windows. If that open in dock window is checked, uncheck it. Okay. If it's checked, uncheck it and then save. It won't tab it then. It'll do just this. It'll open a free floating chart window or chart. Now you can duplicate it, okay, 4 times, and then change the time frames to whatever you want. So I think that's what's happening. You've got that checked. It's opening into a dock window, and it's tabbing it. That worked. Did I go too fast, James? There it is, guys. So there's NVCR now, right at yesterday's low. Son of a gun! I didn't get. Trying to short this base. I got some, but not a lot. Okay, I profess I got greedy on the love, guys. I basically got out flat. I got a little greedy on the love. So I don't understand. So are you wanting to have your charts looking like this? Like your 4 charts in a dock window? Is that what you want? No, template style, I don't understand what you mean. But is this what you mean? You want, I mean, there's only 2 options. Are there things, not like charts or alert windows or anything else? You can either have them free floating or you can have them in a dock. So what do you want? You want it in a dock? Ah, okay. Well, I'll give you an idea about how to do it, but I will refer you to our guide because it's all in the guide, and you might forget some of the things I'm going to say. So it's always good to have a reference. Okay. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh man, I'm looking at that base. Oh well. I was trying to get it at 1770 or 1768, and I got some and it just moved down on me. Anyway, so if you click on my homepage link and then you scroll down until you see the education section, click here on the education section, click on the user guide, okay? And then this is where is it? Docking. Okay, so there is the guide on docking. So I will show you, you know, the idea, but it's always good to know where you can go for as a reference. I am seriously bummed about the base. So the base showed up here, 1774. It showed up here at 1724. Okay, so it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown here, quite a bit earlier than where the AI got it. No, actually, no, AI got it earlier, 1814, because it popped up. So mine, I'm wrong. Mine showed up at 9:57 Eastern time, and this showed up at 9:54, so 3 minutes earlier at 1814. So a little bit earlier than mine. Mine meaning my scan. Okay, so this is what you do, and anybody else looking to create doc, I mean, it's the same principle. Whether you're putting charts in or you're putting, I have a couple of free floating windows that I'll show you how to do it. So whether it's a chart or an alert window, anything you can put in a doc. So the first thing you want to do is click on new dock window from our toolbar. Okay, this will show up. Give it a name. I'm going to call it test. Okay. Now, typically, I think I disabled this, but typically what will happen is you'll have the instructions on how to do it, but I disabled it. So now here's your doc. You've called it test, whatever you want to call it. You might want to call it your four chart layout as an example. So here is, imagine this was a chart. So now all I have to do is right click and duplicate and find the doc you want to duplicate it into. Obviously, I've got a few doc windows. So duplicate into test. That's why I called it test. Duplicate it into test. Okay, so it will show up as a tab. Here's my watch list. This is another one. Free floating. Right click, duplicate into test. So here they are as tabs. Now here's how you can see. Now this is the tricky part, how to organize it. So if I grab, I want to see Halls resumes all the time, I not have to just click on a tab. And what I do is I grab the header, and you see when this icon shows up, is up, down, right, left. I pick where I want it. So I'm going to pick to the right. So here it is. If I want it now below this, grab it again. Now it's below. If I want it on top, you get the idea. Okay. So that's basically what you do. There's no undo button, no, but I mean it's easy enough to so now imagine if I had a new chart window, right click, duplicate into test. So here's a chart now. But my house resumes as a tab, so All I have to do is just again, it's just a matter of playing around. Imagine if you had 4 chart windows, different time frames, that's how you do it. Docking is not something that most people do, I don't think. Okay? Make sure you grab the header. Don't grab in here, like in the body. You gotta screw it up. Make sure you grab the header, okay? And you can move it around anyway and anywhere you want. Okay? And then save it. Make sure you save. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it into the cloud. Hey guys, so let me get rid of these. These are just free floating windows I have on my other monitors. So there are two really good ones from the AI so far, using it like a watch list. You didn't have to get in right at 1274. You didn't have to get in right at 1814. You could have let it set up. Okay. But these are two really good ones from the AI right now. Not auto trading as a watch list. Thrills me to see how I didn't get all I wanted from the base. All right, guys, it is now 10:44. So typically around 10:30 I do this, but I'm going to do this right now. So again, I'll put the test drive link in. Still time to sign up for it. You can have the balance of today plus 7 more trading days with trade ideas. This room is like this. This is not set up especially for the test drive. Okay. This room is like this Monday to Friday, basically between 9 and call it 9 and 3:30 Eastern time. I'm live on the mic sharing my screen. This is not special for the test drive. This is the way it is. So if you click on the test drive link, you'll see this. So you will not get 2 weeks. You'll get the balance of today plus 7 more trading days. It goes to the 20th inclusive. Okay. Oh, it will cost $11.11. No, you don't get a little discount because it's only 7 days or 7.5 days. Okay. It's only $11.11. You can actually sign up all the way until Friday. And then after that, there's no more signing up. You'll have access to the premium service. No auto trading though. Repeat, if you want to take this because you think you want to practice auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. If you're using our web-based version, this which I'm going to demonstrate in a bit, this window that we call Brokerage Plus that you can practice trading as in the simulator or paper trader, not available, and neither are the races available if you're using our web-based version. Everything else is available though. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but don't worry, we do not put you into a subscription. If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can upgrade. We'll upgrade, and you want to take it. It'll still cost you 11.11, but then we'll give you access to the premium service. Okay. And again, we'll move you back down to standard unless you tell us, no, leave me in premium. Well, the last test drive was in October. I have no idea when the next one is. All right, now let's take a look at my, oops, let me take a look at my home page and the information you can find on my home page. Auto trading the AI is going away completely. If you want to auto trade your own strategies, you can go for it. Okay. Auto trading the AI is going away. Okay. You'll have access to the AI just like this, but you won't be able to auto trade it. Why the heck would you? The only reason to auto trade, in my opinion, is if you cannot spend time watching the trades, and that's the problem. Otherwise, why would you take a trade just because you get an entry here? Why not click on the alert, see what's happening, size it up? If all of a sudden it moves to 1278, and that's when you take it instead of 1274, it's not the end of the world. And I'm not talking to you, James, specifically. Okay. I think people will get really hung up on they get an alert and it moves, a few pennies, even a dime. Would a dime make a difference on Yex? Now, we didn't know it was going to 1348, but I think people get really hung up. I got the alert and now I can't take it at that price. Well, listen, I've been trading for a few years. There is a reason why I will never auto trade. I've never found it to even remotely work. And I always want to click on the alert, check the chart out, check to see where it could go before it hits the next, if I'm shorting the next low. Just do a quick check of the overall market. And you can, once you get, if you have any chart, if you have any experience at all, you can usually size all this up in about 5 seconds or so. And then you make up your mind. Okay, I'll take the trade. The only reason to auto trade is if you cannot spend time managing the trade. And if that's the case, then I can't help. But I mean, because I am spending all day long on a computer, does it not make sense? I mean, if I don't auto trade, I think I'm a lot of experience trading. If I thought auto trading was the way to go, I believe me, I would do it. No, James, there isn't. Being developed, but not yet. No mobile app. Oh, clicking on my homepage. Let's see. This is what you'll see. So now, listen, I would hold off. I know we're going to have a nice promo code pretty soon. I may even have it tomorrow. So I wouldn't, I'd hold off. I wouldn't use this one. If you want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait. Okay. So I would hold off at least a day. It'll probably be at least 25%. If you're new to trading, this is a course you can take, Trading 101. It's put together by Michael Noss at Trade Idea. So this is not third party. You won't be inundated with third party ads and all. If you do take out a subscription or you're just going to take this test drive, do the get started. Do yourself a favor. This is a software program. There is a learning curve. This is about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. You may not have to do them all. And if you've already downloaded and installed in your first startup and login, but at the very least, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Know what they are at the very least. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. That is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it here. You get it usually about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section right here. So here's our user guide. Don't get hung up on how, we've got a lot of things. Obviously, everything's in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. My analogy is always if you get MS Word or something like that and you look at the manual and they say, well, you have to learn everything, nobody would do it. Most people just care about it. Well, how do I print? How do I type? How do I print? Maybe change a font or something. But other than that, you don't have to learn everything. So the same thing here. Here's that getting started. at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and I would learn about stock racing. Okay. Another thing I would look at is how to put a price alert on a chart. I'll demonstrate that later, but how to put a price alert on a chart. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay. Give me one moment, Ramesh, and I'll show you. And last, on my homepage. So if you clicked on my homepage link and what you're really looking for are my scans, then just scroll down, okay? And here are my scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Somebody asked earlier, Faustbear had, why didn't farm show up in my scan? Well, I have no idea. I didn't see his scan, but um, I would say that 99.999% of the time when we get emails and somebody says, hey, this stock didn't show up on my scan, it shows up in my pre-market actives almost for sure. So I've been using this for, well, almost 13 years now. Pre-market actives up and down. These are top list windows. I use these. I mean, this sort of gives you can give us an idea about what stocks might be active once the market opens. Sometimes I will trade them in the pre-market, not often, but I will sometimes do that. This is the race that you see here, right here, the biggest gainers from the open. Okay. I do have another race I'm sharing, which is the large cap gainers from the open. You will not usually get big percentage moves in this. I'll go over the racing in a bit. This is my my beauties, guys, the ones I love. The 10-day daily breakout. Don't repeat. All that means is look at base here. The first time I had the alert, it was at 9:57 Eastern time. The alert price was 17.74. This is the repeating version. So every time it made a new low, I will see it over here. I like to do this because I can go back kind of in time. I can click on the alert and say, well, what did it do from that initial alert? Now over here, I can tell, but you'll also see, give me a moment. You'll also see that when you click on an alert, I'm going to click on base and you can see, well, that's a bad example because it's also an AI alert. What is not an AI alert? Let's take a look at Stitch Fix. Okay. These are the ones on the way up. So if I click on SFIX at 465, that was the alert. There, you see this little blue arrow? That's just telling me the candle on which the alert happened, depending on what time frame you're in. So I'm on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see the 5-minute candle. But this gives you an idea about, well, what did it do from that alert? Well, obviously pretty darn well. Before it pulled back at all, it went from 465 all the way up to 512. It's a great percentage move before it started to pull back. That's why I like to have it organized like this. Look at the Yext, holy smokes. Okay, so now if you'll notice, this isn't a, oh shoot, give me a moment. Where are you? Just give me a moment, guys. I just got to find it again. I have so many tabs open right now that I've got to close out some tabs and find it again. Here we go. Okay, so you notice that this is the doc version of these four. Okay, these are free floating. And the reason I did that is that not everybody necessarily wants this don't repeat. Not everybody necessarily wants to look at charts. So you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use my homepage link. Okay. And then I would wait for the code for tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'll have it tomorrow. It'll probably be at least 25% off. So don't do it today. And then of course, if you save my homepage, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Ramesh, newbie, I just signed up. Could you show how to access the AI pics you were talking about? Okay. So the easiest way to do it, okay, and I'm a very simple trader. What I like to do is instead of, we have a channel, the AI channel, but really all you want to do is follow this. And this is called Strategy Trades All, and it's accessed here. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window, this is the window that will pop up. Okay. You may have different, sorry, you may have a different column headers, but this is all you really should be paying attention to. Okay. So again, from our toolbar, click on New, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window, and this is what you'll see. The AI starts to work no earlier than 9:35. Okay. Wow. Well, real. Guess what? The X didn't fade, but I mean, it is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers. 500,000 shares. At some point, it might, but wow. Well, it's not available yet, Sky. Okay. But I know a promo code is going to be issued probably tomorrow, maybe Friday, and it'll be more than likely 25% off. The first month only, or the entire year. Now let's take a look at our RGB guys from the AI. Okay, let's take a look. It's back up to the alert level. My issue with it right now would be it would have to take out 1382. Why? Look left. That's the next high looking left on the daily chart. If it takes out that 1382, then the next high is almost a dollar away. That may not happen. Okay, but that's what I'd be looking at. COGT. Well, I haven't. I think I haven't. Well, I should have had an alert down here. Put an alert down around $12. I would never take it unless it gets close to 12 and breaks it. So, and then how about the U? The U is dead. I mean, the U, that's a massive, massive pullback. I mean, listen, it could come back here, I suppose, but the U worked briefly. Oh, do they all work? Of course not. Well, it's dead right now, Shady. I mean, yeah, I know you're long swinging it, but I mean, if you put proper, I have no idea what your stop is, But I mean, if you're intraday trading, you're out of this trade. Now I know you're swinging it, but you've got to have a proper stop in place. And in my opinion, you would have been a person taking this as an intraday trade would have been stopped out. So I'm only talking about dead right now as we speak. Well, that's you though, Shady. Shady. I mean, you're looking, you've got the resolve that this is going to, as a swing trade. I don't know what your stop is on a swing trade. Out of curiosity, what is your stop as a swing trade? But what is your stop? What is your stop as a swing? Just out of curiosity. You don't have to tell me or us, but just out of curiosity. Okay, under 34.50. So, and I, and that is right here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So yesterday's low. And as always, I wish you luck. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening. 11:04. Fast morning. Fast, fast, fast morning. Wow. Take a look at this one, guys. Stagwell, STGW. Not an earnings play. Um, Look left, and the next high is 825 from 760. So this has got some room. This has got some room. So Mohammed Irfan. I have a layout. A layout that I'm sharing, which is this layout that you see, except for Brokerage Plus. You'll have to load that manually. Okay, but I'll give you the layout link. Okay, there's a layout link. So you'll see everything here, except you won't have this. Now, if you're using our web-based version, you will not have access. Well, a couple of things. You won't have access. Hopefully you're on our downloadable application because you won't have the race and you will not have access to a Brokerage Plus. Okay, which is paper trading. Now, Brokerage Plus, there's a way in which you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay. But how I like to demonstrate its uses as a simulator, and let's do one. Let's just take one of these things and see what happens. Just want to show you how to do it. Let's take this Stagwell. Okay. Let's take 400 shares. We're going to go in at the market. The spread is only a penny. I'm going to buy and send it. Okay. So now I'm in this trade right here. Okay, this is in the simulator. If I want to get out of this trade right now, or if I had a series of trades that were in, I would just highlight the one I want and I would flatten it. That gets me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay. You know what? This is maybe a good idea to go over a little bit of money management also. So let me just do some quick math here. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at $7.32, and I'll explain why. Because when I do that, you're going to see on the chart approximately minus 100 will show up. Okay, minus $98. Okay, so the way I trade is I will have a checklist. I'll have a checklist. Everything has to be checked on my checklist before I will take the trade. No ifs, ands, or buts. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, but a lot of the things are already, when I see something, I know it's going to be in a price range I like. I know it's going to have a minimum volume that I'm okay with. I know it's going to probably have the relative volume, minimum relative volume that I'm okay with. So a lot of things are already checked. So the way I trade is, I'll click on the alert, and then the first thing I do is I look left on the daily chart to see if I'm going to go long something, where is the next high? On the daily chart where it could stall. If it's far enough away, in my opinion, then it becomes a candidate to trade. Okay. And I'm not trying to say that's how anybody else should trade. Now, just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work, of course. So I always have a stop. The stop is where if it goes through to a certain price, I want to be out of the trade. Typically, now why I put the stop at $7.32, I wanted to make the math super simple. Okay. Typically, what I do is I'll look at no less than a 5-minute chart, but typically a 15-minute chart, and I'll size up where I think there is a support level. Okay. So that if it broke down through that price, through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. If I were starting out though, because my idea of what a support level is and your idea may be very different. So what I would do is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, because why? Because that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. And you can practice trading like that in the simulator. Now, the other thing is I put this stop 25 cents away to make the math simple. Okay. Not because that's where the stop should be. I just wanted to make it easy because I took 400 shares. And what I do in the simulator is demonstrating risking $100 a trade. Okay. The way I trade, I try to keep my risk amount, in other words, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, about the same every trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep it about the same. That share sizes me. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take is dictated by where I get into the trade, the difference between where I get in and the stop. And that is 25 cents in this case. That's why I took 400 shares, because 400 times 25 cents, if I get stopped out, is approximately minus 100. Okay. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, and basically you would, and let's just say you're going to risk $100 a trade. You would just have to enter your entry price and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take, on the fly. Now you're going to say, well, yeah, but what if a stock is really moving fast? Well, that's just the way it is. But look at this one, if it's just not moving fast at all. So I could share size pretty close to what I would normally do. Again, this is in the simulator. Now, before I take a trade, one of the other things I'm always doing, and that's why I'm always looking left, is if I'm going to, in this case, if I'm going to risk 25 cents on the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 50 cents on the trade. In other words, a 1 for 2 risk reward. I'm not going to risk 25 cents to try to make 10 cents on the trade. Now, so that's why I look left. So obviously at 760, If I add 50 cents to that, that gives me 810. I look left on this weekly on the daily chart, and where's it at? It's at 829. So in other words, the risk reward is okay for me. Now, I'm not saying it's getting there, but all I'm trying to do is say, okay, I have a reasonable I have a chance that until it hits the next high on the daily chart, if it does that, then certainly my risk reward is okay. Now, it may not. It may stop right now and move down, and that's why you have to stop. Or it may start moving up, looking good, and then it might start moving down. And maybe I don't like the way it's trading, and I get out of the trade. So I'm not making a one for two. But when I went into the trade, I went into it with an expectation that I could make at least a one for two risk reward. So that's why, guys, there's a lot to trading. And that's why you practice in a simulator. Next step, obey your stop. It's very easy. First of all, if you practice in the simulator until you can make money in the simulator, please do not start trading live. It's easy to get stopped out in the simulator. It's just play money, right? So you get out, you take your loss, you move on. But when you start trading, sometimes it's really, really also, your discipline can get thrown out the window sometimes, because you get into a trade and you think like everybody's talking about it, and maybe there's even a bonus that there's news about it. That is not one of the reasons I take a trade. News is not one of the reasons. But if it's an earnings play or has some news, that's a bonus for me. So you get into the trade and you think, oh man, this is going to work. And then it starts moving down to your stop. And that's when you start second guessing about where you put your stop. Even if you're using the previous 5 minute candle, you start convincing yourself that it will come back. Don't obey your stop. Now your $100 loss starts turning into two, three, four, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And those of you who've been in the room forever, you know what? Next thing I'm going to say, almost as worse is not obeying your stop, being down $400, $500, whatever, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. And of course that can happen, okay? But in my opinion, if you want to last doing this, if you don't want to blow up your account, obeying the proper money management is the key. Now, you do what you want. I don't teach trading as such, but I mean, money management is so key. I wish somebody had hit me over the head with a two by four when I first started trading. Tell me all about that. I had no idea. The thing about it also is commissions are so cheap. In the old days, it was tough to get out of a trade. Commissions you could be spending. I mean, depending on the dollar amount of the trade, you could be spending two, three, four, $500 just each way, getting in and out as commission. So it was really, it was a lot tougher just to say, oh well, I'll get out and I can always get back in. But with commissions being so cheap, you know, you can always say to yourself, okay, I get out now. I'll lose a little bit, manageable. Commission isn't killing me, and it might set up later on the same way. Maybe when again, it's like the AI. AI is not infallible, but maybe the AI was just a little bit early on an alert, and then later on it comes back to that alert price, and then you can take the trade. I have to say, I never would have expected this from Yext. We've seen Yext before, and I never, ever, ever would have expected this from Yext. And that's what makes trading so great. It's what we try to do is put statistics on our side. You know, only look at stocks that are I'm just getting something on my phone here or my watch. Oh, cool. Okay. Where was I? Well, anyway, guys, off my soapbox, practice trading. All right, guys. Sorry, just talking again with our internal. Now, I mean, I have to be looking at this at some point, to run out of steam. I mean, at what point? And if you're new to trading, by the way, this is not something that I would recommend. Try to figure out where something is topped out. Well, first of all, if you're new to trading, you're probably not shorting, number one. But trying to play bounces and trying to find tops to short, not easy at all. So if you're new to trading, I probably would just shy away from that. All right, guys. So if there are any questions, don't be shy. Now, a couple of columns I really do like using the simulator is the max P and L and the distance from the exit price. Okay, one of the things is, of course, it's it's relatively once you develop a kind of style, and you've used the simulator a lot, and you seem to be able to, get decent entries. You've got something that really makes sense to you in terms of entries. Taking profit is really difficult. I mean, I don't care. I don't care how experienced a trader you are. You'll always hear the term, "Wow, I left a lot on the table." I don't care if you've been trading for, one day or 20 years. So one of the things you can do though is the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Now, I'm not going to get out of this trade right now, but the max P&L is telling me that had I got out, this is the entry at 757. The max I could have made with the 400 shares, that probably was at 761. Okay, would have been for $28. No big deal, of course. But and then here's my profit right now, 14. Now, what you would not want to see is, at some point maybe you're up four, five, $600, and now you're only up $14. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. You've got to manage your trades a lot better than that take some profit along the way, etc. The next thing is the distance from the exit price. Now, when I get out of this trade eventually, this is going to show me, okay, when you got out of the trade, where is it? Now, if you went long something, what you'd love to see is a big negative number. So in other words, you got out of the trade and now it's way below where you got out, and you say to yourself, wow, that was a good exit, as opposed to a big positive number, and you think, wow, I left a lot on the table. Okay. So good way to gauge how good are your exits, to have the max PNL and L and the distance from the exit price. Now, the other thing is, if you do want to practice swing trading, then don't get out of the trade at the end of the day. It just carries forward. Okay. When I look left on Yext, what do I see? I have to go to a weekly chart. So you don't even see. I mean, look. I mean, I have to go back. We're at 1419 now. I mean, I'm back in August of 2021, and there's a high of 1407. So it's even above that high. 1409, it's above that high. So it looks like 1428. If I go back to the week of, what's that? July of 2021. So not quite 2 years ago. We're approaching a 2 year high. Now, if it takes that out, then almost 15 is the next high. But when we had that alert at 1274, you could look left and there were some highs, or 13 to 1320, blew right through them. So just because we see a high doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall there. But this has been on like on a mission today. That's all I can say. It's been on a mission. So again, if you're part of the test drive, or if you have our premium service or thinking about getting it, what you would do is you would just incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay. And then you save your layout. And then let's say tomorrow morning you load up trade ideas before 9:30, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. I mean, I'll be honest, I have been very impressed over the last, I would say, maybe 3 weeks of what I'm seeing in the AI. Okay. Very few alerts, ways to trade around, not having to scramble to get in right at the price. The other thing okay, let me see this one. Yeah. So because there were times in the past where we'd get an AI alert and there'd be very little volume. And, I mean, I would just, you just can't trade something. Guys, Yex might be finally giving up some here. So if you're into these tops here, like William, I'm sure you're probably all over this now. No, there appears to be. What are you on? What are you on? That sounds crazy. What is your? If you click on account and I'm sorry, if you click on help and about, what does it say? What version are you on? Because we've had several people say that the alerts are coming in and out. So if you click on help and about, what version do you see? 5.6.36. Okay. Let's see what the latest is. Just give me a moment. This is the production version. Okay. So you're on the production version. I would use the beta. There's nothing wrong with the beta. The beta is 5.6.56, but okay. But it should not be doing that. So is anybody else using the production version that is seeing the same thing? Yeah, okay. And Dave, are you on the production version also? At 0.36? Okay. And you loaded Trade Ideas this morning? You didn't have it up and running last night? I'll ask that question to everybody. Anybody who's finding that that these symbols are, kind of coming in and then disappearing, then coming back. Well, at least you got the two good ones. Now, are you sure you don't have a filter that because one of the filters is make sure this is not the case. You know what? I'm going to duplicate it in a free floating window because one of the filters is profitable trades. Okay. Now, right now, Yex is only showing up as a profitable trade. I don't know why Base isn't, but that is, I would have thought Base would show up also. And are you on the production version, Pepe? The 0.36, or you're on the beta? You're on the beta. So these people are saying it appears that it's the production version and not the beta. So I would definitely upgrade, not upgrade. I would load the beta. Okay. I mean, I know the stigma about loading a beta. It sounds, well, there's could be a lot of bugs. Well, that's not really the case. I mean, I've been loading the beta ever since I started with Trade Ideas or as a subscriber back in 2010. Uh, I've always found it extremely stable. Okay, I'm always on a development version, which is even, you know, more than a beta. But the beta is fine. So I would try that. Okay, try the beta and see what happens. Okay, so Blaine, that was it. Okay, for you, that was it. It was unprofitable trades only. Okay. So let's make sure, guys, that where is it? Oh, I might have. Okay, just give me a moment. Let me duplicate it again. Yeah, so make sure that there's a filter here. And typically, the default is none, but probably if you only click on the profitable trades only, then this is. I don't know why base isn't showing though. So, but make sure that is, if you've got anything checked in the filter section, okay, just uncheck it and see if they all come back. Maybe that was it. Then maybe that's what it was. Okay, so everybody should be on the beta, okay? This is a pet peeve of mine. When we do these test drives, they should be on the option should, most people will look at the production and that's what they're going to do. They really should be on the beta. It's a pet peeve of mine, but they don't listen to me. Ah, okay, okay. So the production does work. It's just you had something checked that was preventing some of these. Some people only have long strategies. Now the thing is did you do this? Did you do the check mark? No. So that's it shouldn't be. I mean, the default should be everything. No filter. The reason why I wouldn't do that though is because when we used to have a lot of alerts, okay, that was probably something you might want to do, put it on the profitable trades only. But you know what? We're doing ourselves a disservice because this you could be coming back at some point, maybe not to the alert price, but doesn't mean you can't trade it, another certain level as a watch list, okay, as something that from the watch list. I mean, it may not come back to the 37.48, but you know what? You might be a VWAP player. 36 or what 32.28. Okay, 36.55 is the VWAP. But you may be, you may look at this and go, well, you know what? If it takes out the whole number of 36, that might get me interested. Maybe I'll take the trade. So even though this is, actually didn't even get stopped out, that stop must be way. Well, it did get stopped out. You see what happened here? Okay, it didn't get stopped out because something kicked in called profit save. So it actually exited the trade. This is kind of what I was talking about. Okay, This is how the I will call this decent AI then. No, no, this is another thing I completely disagree with. I know I'm sort of talking to myself. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Absolutely. I like to put the price levels. Yeah. I mean, look at Yext as an example. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not in it. Okay. If all I had to do was watch this and maybe this, okay, and not moderate a trading room, you know, I will find it hard to believe that I would not be in Yext. Earnings play, as Real said, huge relative volume. Okay. But I would not have had to have taken it right at 9:40 at 1274. Okay. Because even though, I don't like to take trades in the first 15 minutes. So, it popped up, got up to 1312, but look what it did. It moved down after that, back down to 1253. So that is the point where I would have said, okay, just put your price alert right at the alert price again and would have been gold from there. They don't all work like this. I'm not trying to say they all work like this, but that's how I would use the AI. I kind of stick to my guns about not taking things in the first 15 minutes. And, wouldn't have mattered in this case at all. Because you may have said, or a person may have said, oh man, look at this. The alert was at 1274, right on this 15-minute candle. And I guess I missed it. Oh, well, that's it for the day. No, it pulled back and gave you another opportunity to get into it. I don't have a volume leaders set up. You're talking about relative? I don't have a volume leaders at all, Luis. Are you referring to something you think I showed, or this is nothing to do with volume leaders, this race here? Are you talking about relative volume leaders? Like what stocks have the most relative volume? I still don't have, I mean, it's easy enough to create a top list like that, but I don't have one. Okay, so you're talking about so the top list. Are there any sentiment features. Are you talking about like upgrades and downgrades, things like that by different? No. If you're talking about that, no. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. So if you're talking about, well, this stock has had, four upgrades and one downgrade, so the sentiment is no. Okay, so this is the top list. Okay, this is the top list that this race is based on. Okay, and it's huge, a huge, huge list. Now, what are the symbols in here, or what are the parameters? If the stock is between $1 and $50 and 200,000 shares have traded, and it's up 2% from the close, yesterday's close, then a stock will be in here. So before racing, the way to use a top list is if you were now what I think this is what you're talking about. So as long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. So if I want to see the change from the close of yesterday, you see it. Let me get it into English language. Okay, so change from the close. So if I double left click rapidly, this is going to show me that farm is up 62% from yesterday's close. No. We can have put call ratio trading stackle, but not fear greed index, not no. Okay, so this is a list. So of the stocks that are between 1 and 50 and the minimum volume, et cetera, et cetera. This is a list. Okay, tells you what stocks are up the most. But if I want the change from the open, in other words, the opening trade of the day, UCAR, is at the top of the list. That's the opening trade of the day. It's up 22% from its first trade. Now, let's take a look at UCAR just for fun. I can see it's won four races. Okay. So all well and good to see this, but how do you use it to trade? Okay. Especially if something down here, let's just say AMCX, it's at 7.5% up from the open. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it was now 10%, 15% moving up? Very hard for you to see that. Okay. And that's what the races do. I run 4-minute races, and you can, this is all, and it's in the guide. If you go to the guide and look at TI stock racing, there are four videos, and there is a whole explanation on how to create your own races. This is all customizable. I run 4-minute races. If you want to run a 5-minute race, a 1-minute race, a 10-minute race, it's up to you. But there are more things that you can customize. But I like to run 4-minute races. And so what happens is when the race starts, the stock that has moved the most percentage wise since the race started, you'll see it at the top. So right now, this WLGS has moved 2.33% since the race started almost 3 minutes ago. Okay. So it's at the top, but the race is not over. Some other stock could fly to the top. Okay. We don't know. Have to let the race. But what I'd be doing is, if you start to see something moving up, click on it. You click on it and just see what's happening with this. Something might be interesting. You don't have to wait for it to either A, be at the top, or B, win a race before you click on it. Now, what happens is that over the course of the day, a top 10 list is automatically created for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, so right now, SFIX has won the most races. So how would you use that to trade? How would you use that information to trade? Well, you could look at SFIX right now and say, okay, let me click on it. There we go. So you look at it, go, okay, it's pulled back a little bit. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is where's the VWAP? Why can't I see it there? 478. So you could say, okay, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP if that's the style of trader you are. So maybe if that holds, maybe it continues. Okay, maybe if it takes up, or maybe you wait if it takes out the high of the day. You look left and you think, okay, it's still got some room. It's an earnings play. So, it could be active all day. Okay. So you click on these different ones and you just see what's happening with curve. Curve may not now it's pulled back. Take a look at the VWAP, 258. Yeah, it's at the VWAP area. Maybe that holds and maybe it runs from there. But this gives you, along with the AI, it gives you stocks to focus on all day long. All day long. Yeah, I don't think Krogan, there's no way the let me duplicate this race. This is the Yeah, this is the size. But if you want to support a trade-ideas.com and say, how about this as a feature? Go ahead. Coming from a customer is more powerful than coming from me. Okay, and make that as a feature request that you'd like to see the races really shrunk down. Now, the other thing you talk about, well, I don't know about a trading strategy, trading tacos. I like this. I've got to compare count with my earnings plays up and earnings plays down. It's not a strategy. Um, in my opinion, none of these are strategies. They're idea generators. Okay. None of them are strategies. But I won't see anything in this momentum up unless it passes all my filter requirements. But then I want to click on it and see what's happening. So I can't call it a strategy. I mean, this may be semantics. Okay. But I like this. I'm actually really warming up to this earnings play up versus earnings play down compare count. One of the reasons I like it, look at UNFI. See, it is still down for the day. Now, the other way I used to show earnings plays up and earnings plays down is that for the earnings play up, the stock had to be up for the day also. But this is showing me, this is kind of cool because it's showing me UNFI is making a new high for the day. Okay, for the day, it's still down for the day, but it's making new highs for the day. Well, it's down from yesterday's close, but you can see. So this is maybe an interesting way to start looking at playing bounce plays, that are earnings plays. Okay, so I can't call this a strategy, but it's certainly there. And there's base. I mean, base is over and over again here. Okay, and this is something I'm sharing. The compare count is usually taking two competing strategies, things that are moving up versus things that are moving down. You could take, like, here's another one that I've got. I don't use it right now, but here's another one that I do have. Oh, 1150. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay. With greater than now, with other filters in place, greater than three. So this is basically competing strategies. What's going to win? The ones that are moving to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares versus the ones moving to the downside with there are other filters in here. But this can really, you're talking about market breadth. I mean, this can give you maybe an idea about what's happening with the overall market. And in fact, if you stick around for another 9 minutes, Jamie is somebody who uses a lot of compare count. Okay. Well, I can share this and I can share, but I can share this one and I can share. Well, this one is on my homepage and this one I can share. But you know what? Jamie is going to be in our YouTube room, I think in 9 minutes or so. Let me just make a check. So I think he's hearing me. And am I right, Jamie, that you have a lot of compare count windows? You used to be a big user of compare count windows. And so he's going to be in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes. Okay. So you can ask him. Okay. So I don't know if there are any preset ones. Compare counts is probably something that a lot of people don't even know about and don't use. I mean, you can create a compare count. For instance, you can take a sector. Okay. Good grief. Look at base. I'm so ticked off. So ticked off. Look at that pullback, guys. Remember I was saying, I bet you William took this. Look at that drop now for Yext. Yeah, definitely come back because I know Jamie used to have a lot of compare count windows. I think he had an entire layout that was just made out of compare count windows. But for instance, with the compare count, you can do things like this. You can take a sector, maybe take the energy sector and create your alert windows and attach the symbol list that is just say the energy sector, and you can do a compare count. Within the energy sector, the stocks that are moving higher versus the ones that are moving lower, things like that. I've done this with the earnings plays, but I really like this. I really, really like this. The fact that it's showing me stocks that don't have to be up for the day, but are making intraday highs. So it's going to give me a way in which I'm not a huge bounce player, but it's going to give me a way to maybe locate bounces or tops. Wow, what a fast morning. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. He'll probably be there in about 5 minutes or so. So on a break. Oops. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. And before I do that, let me put the YouTube link in to the room so that you can head over and listen to Jamie. And it's a good idea because there are Monday to Friday, 5 days. We have five different traders who take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And there are all sorts of different trading styles. Now, Jamie is a little bit more like me, but he would label himself as a scalper, you know. But he's an active intraday trader, I guess is what I'm saying. But he trades very different from me. He'll look at stocks that, he'll take 5,000 shares of something and try to make 3 or 4 cents on it, things like that. I never do that. He does other things too. I don't want to just say he just does that, but no, it's a good idea, to head over and listen to somebody else with a different trading style talk to you. Now, the other thing about the AI is that typically you don't get too many alerts after about 11 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. So rarely will you get it something in the afternoon. But again, if you think, well, man, I don't like that because I want to do some trading in the afternoon and I've missed everything but the AI. Not necessarily, because again, something could set up later on. RGBD or RRGB as an example. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but again, there is your alert at 1370. You know, put the price alert. Maybe later on in the day, it comes back. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'm just going to wait for Jamie. I'm not muting myself in our YouTube room, but I'm going to put myself on mute and just wait for Jamie to show up. And oh man, there he is. I just heard that little telltale pop. Good morning, Jamie.
Hello, Barry.
Comment ça va?
Ça va?
Ça va, ça va. It goes, it works.
Let me
So,
mute the other room there. There we go. Okay.
okay, so trading tacos, he's going to come back and he said he had to leave. He's going to come back in about 20 minutes. Do you still have a lot of compare counts?
Oh, I was
I'm sure
wondering what
you,
you were asking in the thread there. Well, I have my main compare count window that I watch for the companies with a market cap over 4 billion. Now,
Mhm.
he might be talking about. You might be referring to that layout that was all compare counts,
Yeah,
perhaps.
you used to have one, and I'm sure you haven't got rid of it, totally. But I'm not. I'm really warming up to this earnings play up or this earnings play down compare count window that I have now. And so he asked me, well, are they pre-built or do you have to do them yourself? And that's when I said, well, you are a person who used to have a lot of compare count windows, so there might be something that he likes if he might like market breadth as an example. I know we don't have specifically market breadth,
Uh
but
huh.
is there something that you could recommend in a compare account?
Yeah. Let's see here.
He's not here right now. He said he's got, but he'll probably be in the room in about 10 minutes.
Sure. The big cap one is, I guess, for market breadth. That's kind of what I use it for, right?
Right. That's what I
Um,
thought.
and of course, yesterday and today, it's been pretty saucy to the upside, of course, but no big
Hmm.
surprise there.
Right.
Let's see here. Just give me 1 second here. Let's see what it was this morning. Yeah, so the big caps this morning after the first 15 minutes, anything over 4 billion market cap, 58% bullish.
Hmm.
And of course, we can see what the market has done, but like I said, no big surprise really. Let me go ahead and get the screen from you here.
All right.
Okay, so you should have eyes on my desktop now.
Yep. I see everything.
Yeah, and just for giggles here, this was the compare count readings after the first 15 today. So
Right.
58%. And of
So that might
course,
be of interest to him. I don't know, but I think he'll show up in about 10 to 15 minutes. So,
yeah, we can dig into my cloud. I have a bunch in there. I haven't used them in a long time, but
mhm.
I need to expand my screen space, Barry. I'm uh, I'm in need of more real estate, and if I can
You've got a
add
lot
more,
going on, actually. Yeah, I'm just looking here. You've got two races going on. You've got
my favorite
one,
upside
two,
downside tickers on the bottom down here, and these are pointed
right,
to my favorite little scalping stocks that I like to hit
right,
on a
right.
daily basis.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Unfi, and now the Yext as well. Were you in this one?
I should have been in the one, but I was
Yeah,
too. I was talking too much, and so I missed my entry. I was talking about using the AI like a watch list,
correct.
and you had that initial alert at 9:40. This is Eastern time, 12:74. If you had taken it right there, yeah, it ran to 13:10, but then afterwards it ran all the way down to 12:40, and then it came back up to that alert price. That's where I should have been in because I don't like taking trades in the first 15. That's where I should have been in, but I guess I was just distracted doing something else. The
And then
base is
the
just ticked
base,
me
yeah.
right off.
Uh-huh.
I was not able to get all the shares I wanted, but I'm in, but just not all the shares.
Yep, I heard you get in, and I was like, ah. And of course,
Yeah.
just like clockwork, revisits and throws some
Yes.
elbows before the big move down.
Yes. 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 Look at T now. I mean, it's making signs. I mean, the alert was to short at 1228.
Mm-hmm.
It's now at 1216 after it pulled up to the 1240 level. I
Yeah.
mean, it might do it later on. I'm really warming up to this AI again, Jamie. The fact that it only gives a few alerts, seemingly right now anyway, a few alerts, and you can trade around them as a
Mm-hmm.
watch list.
What was the other? Oh, come on, charts. Unfee? UNF?
Unfee was that was an earnings play that got hammered, but then recovered and
Uh-huh.
recovered in a big way.
I looked at it about 20, 30 minutes in. I'm like, yeah. I just passed on it. I'm like, eh. But
Well,
this market that we're in right now, I mean, nothing's going up easy, nothing's going down easy. Not that that term even really ever applies, but it's tricky right here. It's tricky.
one of the things in my earnings plays up and down. Now, I used to have something similar in a compare account, but what would happen? One of my filters though, and the earnings plays up, the stock would have to be up for the day. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
up from yesterday's close. Earnings plays had to be down from yesterday's close. In this new call it incarnation of it, it's just earnings plays up versus earnings plays down, but it'll show me something like Unfee that is bouncing. So it's up for the day, down from the close of yesterday, but it's up for the day. So it's alerting me to stocks that are having, that are earnings plays anyway, that are potential bounce candidates also.
Yeah, somehow I lost my earnings window. But there was a nice
Uh,
little there was a handful of stocks today.
yeah,
Whereas
well, base and
yesterday, yeah,
Base and of course Unfee are two big ones. VRA is another one right now. I should give you this, okay? And you can just take a look at it.
sure.
Let me file load from cloud. Go to compare count. Earnings plays up. Share. Here you go.
Where did you drop it?
I dropped it. Oh,
Oh,
okay, I
there
can
you go.
drop in
Okay,
this. Okay, you see it? Okay.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, my friend. I think I'll leave you now. I got a little workout to do, and now can you go to 1 o'clock, or do you have to leave early?
No, 1 o'clock is fine.
Okay. All right.
Enjoy your workout, Barry.
I will. Okay.
All
I'll see you in
righty.
a bit.
Okay. Hmm. I'm not sure how to get rid of that, but oh well. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. My name's Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his well-needed break. To all the regulars, hello. If you're part of the test drive, welcome. Hello, Iris. Looks like we have a pretty decent crowd in here. Okay, I see it's jumped up a little bit. So just as a reminder, this is the hour we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions about the software, by all means, use the questions panel to get it out there. Hello, Kim. Hello, Paul. Okay, well, welcome, Paul. Glad you're part of the test drive. So, if you have any questions about the software, configuration questions, what kind of window is this versus what kind of window is that, by all means, just get the question out there. As far as trading goes, let's just take a little look at the bigger indices here. Looking at the SPY. We're just right up here at the top of this little range that's being put in. How many days are we gonna kind of go sideways here? Don't know, but definitely looking good for the bulls thus far. 10 periods way down here, so let's just say over the next couple of days, if we did get a little frisky, then these are the levels that we would pay attention to right here for potential support. But pretty sleepy right now, and of course, the SPY hasn't necessarily been the star of the show here lately. It's been all the small caps. So nice little price action. We broke out from this area right here on the IWM. never gave really anything back with a strong close, and here we are again today. Let's zoom out a little bit, see what we might have going on in the weekly. You can see we're right in the middle of this chop right here. I'd be surprised if we closed above this level, but hey, seen weirder things. But this little area back here definitely coming into play as we just kind of test this level right here. Now, if we do get a nice strong close, well then this area is going to be in play. But definitely the smaller caps ruling the roost as of late. Looking for a good scanner ideas, day scalp trade. Well, I don't have anything new in that arena right now, Iris. I'm just I wouldn't say I'm a one trick pony, but I look for the same things each and every day. I've got my little universe of stocks that I like to trade because they meet their personalities, so to speak, are the way they trade, the way they look on the order books, the way I can read the tape, yada yada yada. Um, it's the same old thing every day. And then I have my tickers down here for stocks that aren't necessarily in my universe that I trade every day, if assuming the situation presents itself accordingly. But I'm always keeping my eyes open for, you know, nice tight range breaks, and that's what I use these lower turbo breaks windows for. It's just and the reason I'm saying I don't have anything new is because, well, I've got my hands full with everything that I typically use. Of course, earnings come into play, but they're starting to dry up. But we did have a nice little handful of them today, as you can see from my earnings top list here. And then the AI, right? So between the windows that you see on my desktop here, watching the AI, watching anything that might have earnings, um, it's just the same old, same old. Now I wait for setups, and a lot of the times what I see on the order book is going to coincide with the volume and the setup on the chart, things of that nature. But the point I'm trying to get at here is, hello, is June. Okay, summer is here, right? We all know what happens in the summertime. Things kind of slow down. All right. So, I was listening to Chris Varley yesterday, and one thing he was really harping on was discipline, for lack of a better term, right? Talking about how you need to get positive in the simulator before you go live, things of that nature. But when it comes to these summer months, right, you really have to adjust and go, okay, I have to be a lot more selective. Typically, the action's going to dry up a lot sooner than it normally does. So, example, I am a perfect case study of what I'm talking about here. And let's go back to Barry's motif as well. Typically, he tries to stay out in the first 15 minutes. Why? Because things are just too uncertain at that point in time. Whether it's the chart, whether you're a big level two reader, tape reader, a stock that might have a 100,000 share bid or offer. Well, if it's the first 15 minutes, it might as well not be there at all because it can disappear literally in the blink of an eye. And even myself, who's been doing this for quite some time now, um, what did I do this morning? I had to jump in the first 15 minutes. And had I not done that, I'm still up okay today for my scalping activities. But had I not jumped in the first 15 minutes, I'd probably be up 2 to 3 times more than I am now. But I broke a rule and it cost me today. Eh, all right. Well, at least I was able to realize it and put the brakes on and go, okay, well, you broke a rule. You could be up 2 to 3 times more than you are, but you didn't. You got fixated on something else, which caused you to miss a really quality setup. And for example, I love to trade Tilray. That's one of my favorite stocks. It moves, I can get in sync with it. And I know that a lot of the times they'll run it up in the first 30 minutes or so on light volume. And you can see here, here's the opening candle, comes down here, takes a little low, tightens back up, puts that nice wick in, boom, off to the races to the upside. And had I been paying attention to this stock instead of managing my loser, which I shouldn't have been in the first place, I would have been all over the short. That's typically what I look for in this stock. But guess what? I missed it. I missed it. And then I didn't want to chase it. And then I didn't want to chase it. And it still went down more. Whereas if I would have looked for my optimum entry, which would have been about right here, especially after this candle closed with that wick being put in, that's a great sign. All right. So, I could have cleaned up on this stock today, but due to breaking my rules, I pretty much missed the boat, right? Happens. Doesn't matter if you're seasoned, new, in between. So, especially in these summer months, that's what you have to be really cognizant of. Okay, sorry about my little diatribe there. Let me catch up on the questions there. But I will be if let's see who was that was going to come back here. Trading Tacos. Yeah, when Trading Tacos comes back in, if they're still curious about the compare count layouts, and I'm probably pull it up even if they don't come back, but they probably will. And we'll talk about using those to find out where the hot sectors are using compare counts. Hello, Chim. And to your point there, Chim, I am finding chart trading a bit tricky and finicky. Do I like to scalp large cap, high volume stocks? Well, I like to scalp. You've probably heard Barry talking about that. Um, you might be wondering, well, why do you scalp? Why do you day trade? Well, I didn't do it for a very, 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 very long time. And when I say very long time, I mean like 20 years, right? Um, just to kind of clue you guys in, I was also listening to Chris yesterday. He was talking about all of us older cats that are here at the firm, myself, Steve, Andy, Brad, Dan, our CEO and founder. Yeah, we're the older cats. My on my next birthday, I'll be the good old double nickel, right? Um, but we all cut our teeth in our 20s, whether we were stockbrokers or traders or whatever. I was a broker at first, migrated to the trading side in 96. That's where myself and Dan and Brad and Steve and Andy, that's where we all met back in the old days, the 90s, mid 90s, being SOS traders. And, I possessed a skill set back then that provided for me very well. But one little thing happened, they got rid of the SOS system. And, well, all of a sudden, the skill set that I'd spent 5, 6 years honing and perfecting was rendered useless, right? So their end, resulted in no more scalping, not the way we used to do it, right? However, with the advent of commissionless trading, that skill set has validity again. Now it's not quite as juicy and good as it was, but it's back, right? So that's why I went back to scalping on an intraday basis, and I enjoy it. And hey, half the fun of trading is just enjoying the process. Um, but to your point, Jim, the large caps, if they're in play, all right, I like stocks that move in an orderly fashion. And that might seem like an oxymoron. But for example, Dell's a high tech stock, relatively thick, but your definition of thick is going to flop around depending on who you talk to. You know, Going back to one of my favorite little scalping instruments here, Tilray. Um, I shut my trading software down so I don't get distracted when I'm talking to you guys during this hour. Um, but it's very liquid on the bids and the offers. Now, first 15 minutes, as I said earlier, you can't really trust anything. But as the day progresses, all the different algos come in, and then quote unquote the regular type of action starts. So when I am scalping, I'm looking for things that are very liquid with a penny spread. Now, Dell, just some of these old stalwarts, whether it's Microsoft, Facebook, maybe you like to swing Tesla around. Those level twos can be, you know, not conducive to the way I like to trade. So if I am hitting a larger cap, say tech stock or any other large cap stock. I'm primarily focusing just on the chart, and probably scaling my size down, and practicing basic risk management like Barry always likes to go over. Okay, look, it's not typically the price action that I like to trade, or the tape reading mechanisms that I typically look at do not apply here. So I'll just downsize, my share size, and, put a stop in. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Versus something like Tilray, where I can actively be in, 5, 10, 15,000 shares, make a couple of pennies. That's a good intraday scalp, 200-300 bucks a pop here and there. Um, so it really just depends on what it is, Kim. And the higher volume, the better. Higher volume levels the playing field. It can be the great equalizer, but there's no guarantee. And sure, Iris, I'll gladly share the turbo brakes with you guys. What is your setup for a scalp, or your best potential stock to scalp? Well, this was the perfect setup today on Tilray. But as I was describing earlier, I broke a rule this morning and had to manage a loser because I jumped in the first 15 minutes and, spent the next 15, 20 minutes managing that loser, trying not to get my rear end handed to me. And I missed this sweet entry here. Okay. Now, why do I consider this Tilray a sweet entry? Well, I've gotten to know the stock. All right. So we opened here, we came down, we put in this bottoming tail, right? Now, most of the times, but not all the time, for one reason or another, and this is just from my observation, Tilray typically likes to go up early in the day, even on low volume, right? And then it'll find a top. Now, they did a big financing the other day. How many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's almost 2 weeks ago. Announced some financing, had the gap down. It was really fun to play Tilray during these days because it was in uncharted territory at all-time lows with some big swings and very thick on the bid and the offer. But now it's starting to establish a range, right? So we broke down from this low and had some good action that day, and now we're just kind of range bound. So also as this run up was occurring, what was I looking at here? Well, we're getting to the top of the range here. Unless it really has some volume, it's probably not going to go any higher, right? So this might be a good time to get short. And of course, once we see that topping tail put in, then it makes it pretty easy to assign risk management there. Okay. As soon as this candle closes right here, this candle opens, it's weaker. Could have shorted anywhere in that candle there using the top as my exit. Of course, there would be some, you know, level 2 reading there as well. Price action, okay. Once you get in, it never sees that level again. That's a really good sign, as far as the price or being break even or up a penny once you establish that position. So, and we're not applying a lot of rocket science over here, right? As it got to the top of that prior range. And of course, it's cycling back down. Some really nice shorting opportunity. And of course, there was tons of shares shortable. Tilray is typically shortable all the time. Now, let's talk about yesterday real quick here. All right. Lumen. All right. Notice what's happening over here on the daily. And yes, this is an all-time low. So yesterday, Lumen opened above this low, which I do believe the prior low was 192, I think. Let's see there. Yeah, no, 185. Sorry. 185 on that day. Let's see, yeah. So 185 was the low. Where did we open yesterday? We opened at 195. So we opened a nickel above all-time lows. So Lumen yesterday, let's see, are we on the right day here? Today is the 7th, yes. So let's kind of zoom back here. Probably better to use a 15-minute chart for an example. Close that guy. Okay, so notice what Lumen did yesterday. Oh no, that is prior day. Okay, 6. This was the opening candle. See what it had done the day before, and then it opens and breaks that level from the prior day, and then it was just boom, 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 down, down, down. All right. Especially after we had this opening candle here go below, and for some reason I'm on a test version and it's not letting me drop lines there. Kind of annoying. Um, but as soon as we cracked this level here, it was off to the races. Went down and printed all-time lows. Okay, Lumen is a very thick stock. You know, once I saw these levels get violated here, and let's see, where do we yeah, opened at 191, and then as soon as we came down here to the 189 level, I mean, that was the cherry entry there. Now, I've been watching Lumen for a very long time. So, and it was actually given to me by another trading buddy of mine that's also a very efficient scalper who I respect very much. So if he says, watch this, well, then I pay it a lot of credence. But anyway, these are the things that I look for from a scalping perspective, right? Another fun one here lately in my universe has been GSAT. All right. It got real frisky yesterday as it broke the 120 level. And we've, had a nice little excursion here. Very thick stock, you know, easy to get 5, 10,000 shares, scalp 2 or 3 pennies or as much as you can get out of it. So I just try to keep a nice tight universe. For example, this is my favorites list right here. And you can see there's not that many stocks in there. But between my favorites list, anything that might have earnings, and then my high-low tickers and my races, I mean, that's plenty for me. Oh, and the AI trades as well. So I've got more than enough right now, you know. And as you heard Chris Farley talking about yesterday, discipline, right? Having realistic expectations and knowing that we're in the summer months where things are just going to be a tad bit slower. Ah, tacos, you're back. Yeah, it is stuck on there. Tacos, I don't know how to get it off. I don't know how to remove it. Anyway, let's see here. Yes, tacos. Barry was telling me about the compare count question that you had, and we'll get to that in just a momento here. I'm going to see, let's see, but how to set the alert to identify potential stocks to scalp. Well, Lewis, you know, there's not really a magical ticker to create to say, okay, these are stocks to scalp. Okay. But for example, in in this favorite list right here, I've also pointed, if we pop in here, you'll see, and this is a slightly different layout for this purpose, right? This is my faves list. Now notice these two windows here are only pointed at my favorites list. If I pop in here, you'll see that. So these high-low tickers right here, there are no filters, right? It's just tell me when any of the stocks on this list are hitting a low and tell me when any of the stocks on this list are hitting a high. And of course, you can see Goldman's had some legs today. Um, wow, you know, nothing stopping Goldman today. Just pretty much straight up, a little pullback here, but really nice setup. I mean, from a scalping perspective, if you like to trade the bigger ones. And I will take a stab at Goldman from time to time. Um, I like to keep it up here because it's kind of like one of the stalwarts. A lot of the times, if Goldman is doing its thing, you might have some banks follow suit. Um, but I'll trade it from time to time. But it's really up there more or less as an indicator, right? But once again, getting back to your statement there, Luis, there's not really a magical ticker. This is a curated list of stocks that are conducive to my style of trading. And depending on the day, you never know which one's going to be in play. So that's why I just have a simple top list here. For example, I can quickly, I have it in alphabetical order so I can find my stocks quickly when I want to trade them. All right. So there are all different types of liquidity going on here. For example, LYG, you may look at it and go, how do you even trade that? It has a 1 or 2 penny range on a daily basis, but the bids and offers are huge. I mean, there's literally hundreds of thousands of shares on the bid and the offer. All you have to do is wait for one side to clear, right? Um, that's the only one that I trade like that, but it is a stock that I trade, and depending on the day, you get 5, 6 bid or offer clears, and you get a little price improvement in there, and it's highly liquid. Well, flip 10,000 shares. Yeah, Barry. Thank you for reminding me, Iris. um, Pardon me. Let me drop these cloud links in here. Okay, so here is that one, the downside turbo brakes. Um, so we were just talking about different types of stocks, different personalities. It all just depends on what you like to do, right? Um, if you had to classify me as, there aren't a lot of traders out there doing what I do, um, but it's probably stems from the generation I grew up in. I've been playing video games since there were video games, right? I like that immediate gratification, and that's kind of the way I trade, right? Tape reader, print reader, order book reader, you know, that's it. Now I do rely on charts for as a guide, right? But when it comes down to the nitty gritty, I'll trade anything that moves that's liquid. All right, so tacos. Let's see here. Compare count windows. How do you use them? Are they a market breadth indicator or a complementary data point to a trading strategy? Are they preset or do we custom build? There are some compare count windows that are going to show up in the channel bar when you scan through the channels. Now, let me show you. And of course, I think I lost it here. But let me just show you my favorite compare count window that I use. You could say market breadth on this one. Let me just isolate these windows. Compare count windows. All right. Big cap movers. Now, I just spawned it, so it's going to start over again, right? But what's it looking at? Now, you can see from the title, big cap movers, upside versus downside, market cap greater than 4 billion. So when I go into configure and tacos, I don't know if you've played around with these yet, but when you go into configure, you're going to notice you have a green and a red data side. These are basically free floating alert windows. If I go into configure, you can see, show me stocks hitting a high. And this is the simple filter complement. All right. Um, they have to report earnings. All right. And using EPS in this capacity right here is weeding out ETFs and iShares because they don't report earnings. So the stock has to, make or lose a penny and have earnings. Otherwise, it won't show up. We're therefore weeding out the ETFs. And you can see here, market cap 4 billion. Also, it has to be doing 3 times its normal 1 minute volume in that first 15-minute period, which I could probably remove that and it really wouldn't make a difference because a lot of stocks out there, even the larger caps, are still doing excessive volume in the first 15 minutes. But I've just left it in there, and it seems to still be a pretty good indicator. So the exact opposite is true. for the red side. Exact same filter set, but those stocks have to be hitting a low. So you may have heard of the tick indicator, which has been around for, well, probably as long as the market has. Just the overall advancers versus decliners in the overall stock market. But that could include stocks that don't really even trade a lot, thinly traded things that you would never think about trading. So that's the nature of the compare count window here. It allows us to create, for lack of a better description here, a customized tick based on what you feel is important. So let's see, I had this up earlier. Let me just get it back up here. Okay, so this is what my large cap compare count window looked like today after the first 15 minutes. 58% bullish, that's a pretty strong metric. Usually I don't really pay attention to it unless the bias is 56% one way or the other. Then I really think to myself, okay, based on what I'm seeing here, it's going to be, long is going to be dominant today. There might be a few good shorts, but predominantly it's going to be, an upward move. And of course, very strong readings yesterday as well. And what in the world is this red action that we have going on here today? But as you can see, yeah, it looks dramatic on the intraday, but all we're doing is just kind of coming down here and testing the low of yesterday's candle body. So a lot of the times, but not all the time, the bias that you see here, it may occur in the first 30 minutes or an hour. Sometimes it's a delayed reaction. We might go up and test the high, and then the market folds over. But that's the way I like to use the big cap compare count window. So what I'll do here is I'll drop this guy into the chat. Just remember, you'll want to pay credence to this guy after the first 15 minutes. And as I said earlier, unless it's 56% one way or the other, I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to it. All right. So for example, moving forward, let's say tomorrow, the next day, let's say the market opens flat, but I see that compare count large cap window uh, showing me 65% bearish and the market's not really doing anything. I'm really going to be prepped for downside action. Now, it might happen and it might not, but there's a highly probable chance that that will occur. It's no guarantee. It just means it's got a higher probability than normal because we never know which way the wind's going to blow. Okay, Iris, you've got your windows now. I'll dig into some more of these compare counts here in just a second. Well, Chim, I can always share a layout with you, no problem. But just keep in mind this, you know, I have to enlarge, like, for example, my desktop right now, if I went into settings, if I went into display settings down here, I'm at 175 scale. When I'm trading, I take this thing down to 125%. So like everything gets a lot smaller because I pack a lot of stuff on my two monitors. So I could give you this layout, but this isn't really, there are parts of my layout in here, but I would have to do a little bit of house cleaning here. So let me get to the rest of these questions. And if time permits, I'll shrink this down to where you only get what you see right here. No problem. Now, what you will have to keep in mind is you might have to reattach. These windows might end up blank right here because this is my favorites list, right? Okay, so let's talk more about compare count windows because I've got so much in my cloud. I've been using the product for so long, going all the way back to 2003. Of course, we didn't even have cloud storage back then. But let me see if I can find. It's in essence a heat map. Okay, sector heat. And I want to say this is I just don't know if it's gonna nix my layout here. So let me do this real quick. Well, I've already got this saved. So I tell you what, we'll just take a chance here. If it gets rid of my layout, no sweat. I just can't remember if this is a container window or if it's gonna erase everything. Okay, it just opened up on top. Good. Okay. So you see what I did there? I just opened up the layout and now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 compare count windows. And notice each one has a title. Construction, oil and gas, telecom, manufacturing, information, utilities, healthcare, transportation, warehousing, accommodation and food services, and finance, right? So apply the same methodology. Let's say market opens. I want to find out, okay, where's, we've got sector top list that allow you to do the same thing. This is just another way to visualize the data, right? So using the same methodology that I use for my large cap window, which is sector specific, it's just looking at market cap, right? The bigger boys, anything over 4 billion, whereas these guys are all pointed to a specific sector and any stock hitting a high or low in the opening 15 minutes in that sector, boom. Then we can see, okay, of course, these windows all started over. But if you're watching these windows off the open after the first 15 minutes, you might look over and go, okay, most of these guys are just doing, man, somewhere between 45 and 55. Not a lot of, not a lot of excitement there. But you might notice, hey, finance, first 15 minutes of the open today was 70, even 80% bullish, right? And the volume's there too. So using compare accounts in this capacity can help point you to the hot sector for the day. And of course, wherever the hot sector is, the stocks that make up that sector, if there's high volume in there, you know, that tilts the playing field a little bit more in our favor, right? Yeah, let's take a look here. So let's just go into finance, right? And when I go into one side, you can see finance and insurance. Okay. And these are all accessible here. The only issue is you can't see what's in there, right? Now, having said that, you can use our predefined sector lists, or you can create your own by finding resources on the web. Yes, I can, Barry. Barry's requesting this layout. So now, Barry, did you want it in the Slack thread? Because let me do this. I just want to make sure I get the right one. I don't know why that got moved, but I'm just going to go back in here. Uno momento, sir.
Hey, Jamie, just want to ask you a question.
Sure.
In your sector layout, those compare count windows, nothing's pinned, right?
I don't
Can you
think
make
so.
just for the other people, if you're going to share this, make sure nothing is pinned.
Yeah,
You did that so long ago, probably you might have
I
forgotten.
know. Let me reopen it. Okay. Nope. No
Okay.
pin. I try not to
Okay.
pin anything because it always ends
Yeah.
up biting me in the rear.
Well, you know, Jamie, this is interesting because for somebody like myself who doesn't like to trade in the first 15 minutes,
Hmm.
this is something that I could look at in the first 15 minutes. And as
Yes.
you say, you're sort of looking at to see, check to see what the strong sector is in the first 15. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be for the rest of the day, but you can and then now you were saying that you can't see the stocks, but of course you can see the ones that are in the ticker.
Yes.
How do you see those? Are they stocks making new highs and new lows? Is that
Yeah,
the trigger?
it's the same methodology as my large cap, right? So we're pointed to the respective sector, and
Okay, so it's new
um,
highs and lows.
I
Okay,
don't even know. This is some pretty weird filtering right here. Like,
yeah,
where did
dollar value, yeah.
where does that even come from? 425,000. Okay, that's just kind of random. I mean, you could pretty much remove all the filters in
Hmm.
here and just okay, I just want to see what the sector is doing.
Right.
These stocks are going up. That sector, you know what? I've got to order a new monitor soon because I need this. I need to start watching these again. I
Yeah.
created them so long ago. Let's take a look actually at the cloud timestamps here.
I would probably put a minimum volume, like at least 100,000 shares, because some of those things don't trade very much, and so you don't want to really see them if it's
Yeah.
making that. That's my opinion anyway. But you're right. Other than that, I probably, and maybe you know what, maybe even want to put a relative volume, just so you see the ones that are at least one. At least to see the ones that are trading somewhat normally with at least a minimum volume.
Yeah,
That's
and these
probably all
are
I would do.
I created these back in 2017.
There you go.
Hmm. Right. So I tell you what, I will do we have time here? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go in and modify these and get some of these freaky filters out.
Oh, good. You're gonna do the work for us. Okay.
Yes, yes. So
Can you
Barry,
put a minimum 100,000? Can you put a minimum of 100,000 in
100,000
there?
shares. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's
And
do that.
maybe a relative volume of one, just so that we're seeing things that are at least trading
Yeah.
normally.
Relative volume of one and then 100,000 shares, correct?
Hmm. Now the other thing is, how often are those lists updated? I mean, I know these are symbol lists we've got. How often are they actually
I
updated?
was wondering the same thing, Barry, and the answer is I do not know.
Okay. Because really, because I see that Trading Tackle asked the question: is there a way to see the holdings in ETFs and point the compare count to the holdings? So not so much you can't see them, but you can take our symbol list and then just see those symbol lists, like what Jamie is doing,
Yes,
as a compare count. And so you're seeing a sector kind of compare, like what you're doing is you're basically comparing them. What are the ones going up versus what are the ones going down?
that is true.
And so what's interesting is, what if you see a really strong sector? Okay. And so you would think that when you see a strong sector, that most of the tickers you're going to see, say, are going to be green. What happens if you see the odd red one? Click on it. Like,
Hmm.
why is that one
Hmm.
not moving with the rest of the sector?
Correct.
And vice versa. If you see a bunch of red, some sector that's not doing well, and then all of a sudden you see a green ticker, click on it. Why is that one moving counter to the sector?
Correct. Okay, relative volume one. Barry, I didn't know this was going to be so much work.
Well, that's why you're going to go right to 1 o'clock.
Should be just enough time to
Just
deliver a nice little present to everyone.
that's right. It's wild though, isn't it? Because as you said, you created that in 2017, so that's 6 years ago. And as I say to people, anything you ever create, save to the cloud, okay? Because
Hmm.
you never know. What I do sometimes is on the weekend, I'll take a look at something that I created, I haven't looked at for years.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back, take a look at it on the weekend, maybe do a history and go, that's not bad. And then maybe start to use it. You just never know. But the good thing is never like just completely delete a scan that you ever created.
Okay, so these two are adjusted.
Only what, 8 more to go?
You know, it's kind of therapeutic. 100,000.
Back to your roots.
Yep. Tell you one thing, I've got trader shoulders, that's for sure.
Oh, my wife. Yeah, my wife. Get those shoulders back. Get that neck up.
I need a massage
Yeah.
badly.
Oh, man. I know. Well, the kids today too. I mean, not just people sitting at a computer, but just bent like neck down, looking at their phones constantly.
Well, yeah, and they're
And,
getting lumps on the backs of their
oh
necks
yeah, oh yeah,
from looking at the phone.
yeah.
Um, Too much.
These kids today. Get off my lawn.
Oh goodness. Okay, one more time. Good. See, I thought it would stick after a while. The volume today. I don't have to go back and get back in every day. I mean, every click here. 100,000. One.
You can go 100K. You know that, right? You can just go
Yeah, I
100K.
know. I'm
Okay.
just
All
stuck
right.
in my old ways.
Okay.
For some reason, I only do that when it's like a million. One
Okay.
M.
Yeah. Too bad there's not like a global for the if you have it, but for the compare count, but there's no if
Okay,
it's in a layout, but
so these are done. Ta-da. Now I thought about it. Well, I'll just collaborate them all in and then go pick the sectors out, but that would take longer in the using that
mhm.
list functionality.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Barry, you're not where you can smell the fires, are you? You're not getting that Canadian smoke.
We're on the West
You're
Coast,
on the old,
you
you're way across. Okay, yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah,
West
yeah.
Coast. Don't be an ignorant American. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I knew the answer, but I had to confirm.
Yeah. No, no, I love it when somebody says, I know somebody. You're in Vancouver. I know somebody in Toronto. Do you know that person? No, I don't. 3,000
Do you
miles away.
know
Imagine
them?
that. I don't know that person.
I thought all you Canadians knew each other.
Yeah,
You don't
exactly.
hang out with Michael J. Fox, or like,
Oh,
uh,
for how much time he's got left.
yeah. Hey, well,
Poor guy.
he's lasted a lot longer than anyone ever
Yeah,
thought.
exactly. He's from Vancouver, actually.
Hmm. Okay, row one. I can see the finish line.
Yeah, it's wild. Todd is mentioning. I was watching a clip of the Yankees playing last night. I was watching the Blue Jays the Blue Jay game on TV, and they were showing a clip of Yankee Stadium. And when I saw it, I thought, oh my gosh, it's going to be like tremendous thunderstorm short. And it wasn't. It was just the fact that all the smoke. It looked low. It looked
Hmm.
like it was going to be a massive thunderstorm, but it was just the smoke obliterating the sight lines. Just incredible.
Yep, we had that back in the mid late '90s in Texas when Mexico was on fire. It looked like
Yeah.
something out of Lord of the Rings with
Right.
moving in. But of course, now you would think we're in a tropical zone in Texas because we just keep getting dumped on rain, rain all the time.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I always say I think Vancouver is one of the most ideal climates going. If you can handle some mist and rain in the winter, um, but it's not humid and it never gets usually ridiculously hot, except for 2 years ago when it was in the hundreds, which is just absolutely insane. But it's a very great climate and no mosquitoes.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the 3-foot mosquitoes to make their appearance here.
Trading Tacos, this stream is live like this 5 days a week. So I'm on Monday to Friday, I am from 9 to 3:30, and then one of the other traders takes over in this YouTube room that you're listening to. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 when I take a break,
All right,
Monday to
almost
Friday.
done here. Why is it making me wait? Thank you.
Yeoman service by Jamie today.
All right, the downside. And keep in mind, this is just there are more sectors. You can duplicate these windows and rename them and point them to other
Mhm.
sectors as well. This is just a 10.
Well, Patrick, I was referring to Canada. Okay, really. But yeah, I would. San Diego's pretty darn nice.
Oh, how I miss my San Diego.
Any chance you're going to be moving back?
We'll see. Got a lot of loose ends to tie up,
Yeah.
but I will be visiting in July for sure. All right. This is the last one.
7 minutes to go, Jamie. In fact, what I'll do is I'll let you go early since you did all this.
Well, I'm still going to have to do some cleanup here because, this opened up and didn't close out my prior layout. So, in order to deliver these to everyone in a conducive fashion, I'm going to have to close out every other window that I currently have
Right.
open, but it shouldn't take long from the little list of open windows. Okay, okay,
Mhm.
good. See, boom, 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 boom. Just don't close. Okay, almost there. Give me 1 second. Okay, and I'll throw in the big cap just for giggles.
Okay.
And I do believe, yep, that's all we got. So,
Gonna drop that into Slack for me too.
correct. Okay,
Okay.
entire layout. Now, should I check this box, Barry, or just let it open up on top of everybody's layout and then they can position it accordingly and not clear
Uh,
previous layout?
right.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do
Yeah.
it. Okay. All right. So, sector, the revised sector heat map is going to be dropped into the chat. And then I will also drop it in our. All right, you should have it in the trader.
I do. I see it. Thanks, Jamie.
Yep, no worries. No worries. Glad I could create something that, well, could be very useful.
Yeah, seriously. In the first 15 minutes, I will probably take a look at it. I've got enough monitor space so I can take a look at it and yeah, to see what happens. Kind of
Yeah,
get
and
a
you might
feel
want
for
to containerize all these, and that way you just have a
yes,
container to sling around.
yes,
Hmm.
for sure.
Okie dokie. Well,
All right.
okay.
Well, I'll
Well,
let you go. I'll let you
yeah.
go.
All right. Well,
Much
nice chatting
appreciated.
with you as always, Barry. Isn't it Stanley? Is hockey like?
Stanley, what that cup thing?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's still on. It's still
yeah.
on. A couple of teams that aren't too widely followed, so it's not getting a lot of
Well, I thought
probably
I'd
a
hear
lot of
you
press.
chatting about it, but I was like, yeah, I guess he doesn't like the teams.
Yeah. Well, my Bruins got eliminated ridiculously early, so that was it for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, my
Jamie,
friend,
I'll
have a good rest of the day.
yeah,
Goodbye,
I will.
everybody, and we'll see you on the flip side, Barry. Bye bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Back. me ask this question. Is there anybody in Discord? If you are, yeah, just type it in the general market. I haven't seen any activity for weeks. Just want to see if there's anything in Discord going on. All right, give me a moment. Something is going crazy on there we go, my computer. All right, guys. So what is happening here? Let's take a look. So if you had been sort of a topping tail type player, in other words, seeing stocks that maybe looked a little parabolic. I'm not suggesting that YEX was necessarily parabolic, but boy, oh boy, I mean, what this, so you gave you an opportunity. Again, I wouldn't do this if I were new to trading. Okay. But I mean, on that 14 break, on the 14 break, that whole number break, I mean, it got all the way down to 1275. And I think base is doing the same thing on the flip. No, not really. No, it is not doing the flip. Another with the flip meaning that it did not have a big bounce. Little bounce, but not a big one. Not certainly like the YEXT, which had a big drop. So I see this MGOL. This was a relatively new listing, I guess, back in January. Is that right? Anything before that? No. So in January, I don't know if it was a SPAC that became MGOL, or was it actually an IPO? A little bit of a run here. All right, let's check out some of these. Some of these ones that are in races here. So I think the farm had a big pullback. Yeah, pretty big pullback from the highs there, 366, right back down to 3. Market has been, after that first green candle, guys, that 9:30, 15-minute candle, we had an hour straight down, a wee pull up, and then a move down, and now we're just kind of chopping around a little bit here. Yeah, there was an upgrade. There was an upgrade for NVCR. I'm not sure who it was, but there was an upgrade. Blade, BLDE. Let's take a look at Blade, BLDE. Okay, so not a ton of volume, 300, two times normal up to this time of day, but not a ton of volume. But if you look left on the weekly chart, yeah, 431 is the next high. So I mean that's not bad. Is there any news on this? Don't see any news. Not an earnings play. Trading Taco, we're running this along with Scan Slow the computer system down. It's a good question. I mean, I don't know if there's a yes to a certain extent. I mean, if you have a lot of, if you have too much going on, your system will slow down. I don't know. For instance, I mean, one of the common reasons why our systems slow down, somebody has a bunch of top list windows open, and they've got like 1,000 record count for each one of them. That will really slow your system down. Top list will certainly slow your system down. Not so much alert windows, compare counts. I'm not 100% sure. But the other thing is, you shouldn't have, nobody should have so much open. Otherwise, what are you gonna be looking at? Yeah, Zed, I can do it. Okay, there it is. Now, Zed asked for this cloud link for the revised Windows that Jamie did in the YouTube room. I'm not sure I want to. Let's see if I load it right now, what's going to happen? Hmm. Yeah, I've got docked windows, which are fine, but I have a couple that aren't, so they'll disappear. But what that link does, it's interesting. I may use it in the first 15 minutes. It's a bunch of compare count windows, and it's all sector compare count. So I don't know which ones. I couldn't quite read, but I'm sure energy, financial, things like that. So the major sectors as compare count windows. So you can see, say, in the first 15 minutes, what sector seems to be, certainly after 15 minutes, the strong sector. You'll also see the tickers of the symbols that are in the sector making new highs or making new lows, okay, for the day. Not unlike no, not unlike this. It'll be a ticker like this. And so imagine this was the energy sector, okay? An energy sector. So stocks making new lows for the day would be, or highs for the day would be in green, lows for the day would be in red, as an example, okay? Let's take a look at skill, by the way. Yeah, there was no dock all. Yeah, no dock all. Yeah, in the windows, you can yeah, close all your docked, close all docked, close all undocked and all that. But yeah, there's no way to just say take every win. One of the reasons is that we don't really know what the limitation is on how many you can put into a one dock window. Okay. And when I say that, I mean we're not sure, what the impact is if you put 50 windows into one dock. You shouldn't have to manually finagle each. Well, I'm not sure I understand the question. Okay, not quite sure I understand the question. I mean, once you create a dock window, okay, save it to the cloud. Okay, save the window to the cloud. So I've got this one saved to the cloud. I've got this one saved to the cloud. I've got this I've got this one saved to the cloud. So they're all saved to the cloud. So I can bring them back. So for instance, that sector heat map, I won't have it up and running all day, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those individual floating windows, the sectors, put them into a dock window, save it, and then I'll look at that in the first 15 minutes. Probably, I'll probably not look, won't look at anything else. So I'm not sure when you say you have to manually finagle each and every one. Usually docking means you're trying to group things that make sense together to a certain extent. Not that this makes sense completely, but I did this for the test drive. But obviously, my momentum up and down. Okay, create a little dock for it. My 10-day daily. By the way, look at this. Only one alert today in the 10-day daily breakdown. What an alert, though. I mean, docking is not necessary. Okay, docking is something that is, it's a feature. I like it because I like the way it keeps everything kind of neat. But for instance, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he doesn't dock at all. He doesn't like it at all. So I mean, it's not necessary. Guys, Cogent, COGT. Now it's taking out this 12 level. Big level right now. So there you go. Okay. So now will this hold under 12? So my next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert down here around maybe make it around 1194, okay, and see if it gets back down there again, because again when you look left there's room. 1122 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. What link are you talking about when you said when you opened the link I only saw four windows? What are you talking about? Jamie's link? I think I know what you mean. So when you're talking about Jamie's link where there were about nine floating windows, 9 or 10. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. And so you only saw four, but maybe six of them were behind. Is that what you meant? Stuart? Okay. So there's no work around that. I'm gonna have to do the same thing. Okay. It's just a matter of probably what you'll have to do is, move some windows down so you can see them, or do this. Windows, this might work. It might pop them all up so you can see show all, so you can see them all. Okay. So if you do a Windows show all, and then you'll have to create the doc. That as Jamie said, create a doc for those. There's no way around it. I mean, I'm going to have to do the same thing. If you want to wait till tomorrow, because I'm going to do it once the market closes. I'm not going to do it now. And I'll create a doc and then I can share it if you want. Yeah, it's hard for me to know what's going on in your system, Stuart. Okay, very hard for me to know. But the bottom line is, if you want to wait till tomorrow, because what I'll do is I will create a doc with those sectors in it, and then I can share it. You just have to remind me. Western Digital, you guys are talking about WDC. Let's take a oh look at Kojic guys. Go, go, go. Let's see how much further this can go down. Yeah, again, remember, I mean, they had the alert at 12:28, but it popped up from that alert. What did it get up to 12:63? And you just wait and see if it triggers again at 12:28. Okay. I didn't take it there because I was bounded and determined to wait for a 12 break. And I don't know how far down it's going, but I mean, the next low is around 11:18. Thing is, Stuart, is that you do it once or twice and then that's it. I mean, I don't. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You usually eventually will settle on a layout that you kind of like every single day. Okay, and you don't really change too much. I mean, I've used in essence the same layout for years. Okay, so maybe it takes a bit of time to set it up in the at the beginning, but once it's done, make sure you save everything to the cloud. But you know what? It wouldn't take very long anyway. It really wouldn't. If I had you just knew docked window, here it is. So let's call it the sector. I'm not going to do it right now because I don't have them up and running, but the sector, let's call it sector. I'm just going to call it sector, as he called it, heat map, but sector analysis. Let's call it sector analysis. Okay. Oh, if I loaded his, then they'd be free floating around, and it's just a matter of right click, duplicate into sector analysis. Do it 9 times, and then they'll all be at tabs, and then you just arrange them the way you want. So, I mean, it really won't take that long. Ooh, no, don't tell me I should have taken some profit in the COGT. I got a little distracted there. Normally, I would have taken some profit on that drop. Let's see if this is short-lived. I'm going to stick an alert down here. It is stuck. Is it stuck on the live screen? Oh yeah, I think there's a. Oh man, I can't remember how to get rid of that. Yeah, there's a way. There we go. Rarely happens. I just had to figure it out. So it's gone. It's okay. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I didn't realize it. I don't why I don't see that screen. Yeah, I deleted it. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. Just give me a moment. Yeah. All right. Well, maybe it's starting to move down again. Let's see. Okay, guys, I am going to do my video now. Time is it? 118 plus 40 seconds, so say 129. So I should be back no later. Oh, let's get rid of that message. Doing my video. Okay, it shouldn't take that long, but just in case. Uh, can't leave it like that. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. I'll be back hopefully within 10 minutes. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back at all the rooms. There I am, all the rooms. All right, Stuart, if you're still around, I actually did accidentally load the layout. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but nothing disastrous happened. So I can actually create that thing now. Let me just find it again. That thing, that sector analysis. Here we go. Ooh, today at noon. Well, yeah, unfortunately, Phil, this is not me. I can't. That's an accounting thing. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they would send you here because that's more of an accounting issue. With your email. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything. Just let me. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to. I'm going to post that into the trader discussion. Okay. So I've just passed that on to Steve because I'm not sure why he would think I could do anything. Just give me a moment. I just posted it and see what he says. Okay, so yeah, so he's telling me that I can't help. So who can? So who can? Okay, so yeah, if I'm sorry you got directed here. Maybe you misunderstood or something, but you could sign up back up under another email and try that. But let's unfortunately I'm gonna direct you back to our home page, okay? And ask that question. And somebody in accounting should be able to help. Give me a moment. Maybe Pepe can help. Okay, so there's the home page again. I think you probably know what to do when the pop-up happens. Just ask the question. Here's my email account. Here's what's going on. Can you help me? Okay, now let me, if Stuart, if you're still around, you're going to watch me. Gonna find that link again. Okay, so this is going to load the windows. Okay, yeah, some of them behind each other, but so let me just make sure I can see them all. That's it. Oops. One more. Oh, a few more. And this is an example. Of course, you can have your own sectors if you want, but okay, this is getting pretty muddled. So how many windows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. You watching, Stuart? So what we're going to do here, guys, this is just an exercise. Jamie put this together. This is a just comparing sectors, finance and insurance. Okay, as an example, construction versus construction. That's what he's calling it. Healthcare, transportation. So stocks moving higher, stocks moving lower. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So first thing to do is create a new doc window, and we'll call this sector compare count. Sector compare count. Okay, that's what I'm going to call it. Okay. I'm going to have to put this on my other screen because it's dominating. But all I'm going to do is it says I'm going to go one by one, right click, duplicate into sector compare count. First one. Duplicate into sector compare count. Duplicate into sector compare count. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of them all. Now, the challenge is going to be to arrange them in the doc. That is going to be the challenge. Okay, so here they all are, but now I've got to, start to move them around. Where do I want them all to be? It's definitely the tedious part of it. I think I've got it all done. Okay, guys. Now, okay, this is a little bit muddled, okay, but the idea is that you can now start to move these wherever you want them to, okay? I just threw this together really quickly. But if I wanted this one, this side of it, but let me save this first. Okay. So I will take a look at this, maybe try to pretty it up a little bit, but right now I'm going to X this out. Okay. Just sign up for the TI Premium test until next week. Where can I find the resources to understand what premium features are offered? Okay, the main reason people want to see or have our premium service is right here, Yanni. Okay, the strategy trades all. Okay, from our toolbar, click on New and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you will see. If you load trade ideas before 9:30, okay, nothing happens until at least 9:35 in this window, 5 minutes after the market opens. Not that something will happen at 9:30. The earliest alert was at 9:40, as an example. That is the main difference. Okay. If you're into back testing, if you have strategies that you want to back test, then you need our premium service. And the only other major difference, I think, is in premium, you can have 20 charts. Standard, you can have 10 charts. But this is the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. Okay, you get these alerts, and we're not talking about auto trading or anything like that. But you get these alerts. You don't have to do anything. They're going to appear. You have a suggested entry. You have a stop, but you don't have to get in right at the at the penny. You can click on the alert. As I mentioned in the video I did. Here's Yext as an example. Okay, so at 9:40, that was the earliest alert. At 9:40, there was an alert to go long at 1274. Okay, and you can see there's a blue arrow right there. And you can see right here, 1274, that was the stop if it ever got down there. But there's the blue arrow. So look what happened from that alert. It went from 1274 up to about 1311. Not bad. I'm not saying you could get in right at 1274 and get right out at 1311, but not bad. But if you had missed it, if you had said, oh man, I missed this, or I sort of waited a little too long, look what happened afterwards. There's the next 15-minute candle. It actually got down to 1253 underneath the initial alert. So what I've been advising people to do is just stick a price alert at the original alert price if it falls below it, and see if it happens again later on in the day. Now that happened pretty quickly. Okay, as an example, and look what would have happened if you had taken that trade right at that, on that 1274 break. It went from 1274 almost nonstop to 1436 before it pulled back. So there's an example of how to use it. Base, you didn't have to take it right at 1814. Actually at 1814, look what it did. 1814, it got down to 1766, which would have been awesome. Okay, not bad. But then look what it did. It came back up, got up to 1850. If you had missed it the first time, you could have set an alert at 1814, and you would have watched it go through, and then it would have come right back down again. So you could have taken that short right here, the second time it happened. So this is the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. Okay. And this one that I'm in, the COGT. Okay. I mean, this happened at 9:44, but look what happened. This is a potential short, right? There it is, chopped around, got up to 1259, from 1228, came chopping around, and I said, okay, well, let's put a price alert back at that original right there. Now I didn't take it until the 12 break. That's just the way I like to trade. Okay, but all I'm saying is use this like a watch list. Use it like a watch list. Are they all going to work? Of course not. Which alert screen? Well, any alert screen probably could, again, I think it's a question we get a lot. Roku. Let's see what happened with Roku. Well, I mean, at the very beginning of the day, any scan that's showing new highs, new high after new high. I don't know what the volume was, but I mean, this momentum scan probably would have caught it. The reason it didn't is because, I've got a price between 1 and 50 as an example, okay? So if you took that momentum scan that I'm sharing and, increase the price range, more than likely Roku would have shown up here as an example, okay? And it's just a simple momentum. So from my home page, I'll explain, Danny, how to backtest. My guess is that if you click on my homepage link, okay, and if you go down to the scan section right here, and this momentum scan right there, more than likely that would have caught Roku, and probably Ford if it did the same thing. Understand that, and if it I don't know what Ford did today in terms of relative volume. You see, I don't know what Ford did at the very beginning of the day in terms of relative volume. It's pretty low right now, and I have no idea what the relative volume was. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3, and so this may not have shown up in that momentum scan. All right. So you might say, well, then just reduce the relative volume so it shows up. Yes, but then you might get 10 others that don't do this. And now you're trying to find a needle in the haystack. Okay. It's always a trade-off. Okay. You can create a scan to find anything, but it may overload you with other things that you don't want to see. It's just the way it is. The configuration, you mean, oh, this right here, the momentum up. Yeah. But I'm sharing this, Annie. I'm sharing this. You don't have to copy it down. I am sharing this. Yeah. Now, back testing, you asked me about back. Now, I don't back test at all. Okay. Now, if you go to my homepage again, and if you click on the education section and click on the guide, you will see there is a section on backtesting right here. Okay. So that's a section on backtesting. I'll show you, briefly what it looks like. But my guess is that, maybe 1% of our customers backtest. No, you can't. You can only have one Brokerage Plus window open. Zed. What did I give to you, Zed? Well, there's no stop price. It's a compare count window. Okay. I mean, this is something's open. Just a minute. I can't move something. Here. This is a compare. There's no stop. Okay. There's no stop on this. This is just a compare count window. So these are stocks. If it's in red, it's a stock that's making a new low for the day. And if it's in green, it's a stock making a new high for the day. This is just ideas that are the only stop that is automatically generated is from the AI. What scan caught you? The AI fail right there. If you can see my screen, COGT. I mean, if you're part of this test drive, definitely have this window up and running. New premium AI strategy trades window. Have this up. I mean, this is this is what you should be looking at. It's a great watch list. As far as back testing is concerned, I mean, you create your own you create your own alert window of what we'll call it a strategy, and then you say, I wonder how good this strategy is. All right. So if I right click and back test, now back testing during the market is not a good idea. Probably, excuse me, it doesn't make any sense to do it because it's looking back. Maximum of 63 days. So let me just explain what it's going to look for in this particular window. Every occurrence where these filter values were met, so the stock was between 1 and 50, the current volume is 6, etc. Every occurrence where these filter values were met and a new high was made. And it'll look at every occurrence over the last 63 days, basically three months. Okay. That's what the back tester does. You create an event and then it goes back and says, okay, what would have happened if you took every single trade where the event happened? Yeah, yeah. We don't call it Holly anymore, I don't think. But yes, that's what it is. The AI. Well, that's the idea of backtesting. So you might say to yourself, geez, I'd love to try an opening range break strategy. A stock that breaks the opening 15-minute range with a certain volume, a certain price range, maybe a minimum current volume and all that. Let's see how that would have worked if I took every single stock over the last 63 days maximum. What if I done that? What would have happened? That's the basis of the backtester. Okay. So if now I don't, this is going to backtest horribly, but I don't care. I just want to see the ideas. So you've got an entry, you can pick your starting time, your end time. You can time an exit. You can do your risk management. I mean, this is all pretty advanced. Hardly anybody does it in Trade Ideas or customers. Okay. But if I ran this right now, the way it is, you simulate the buy and an equity curve will show up. Now, this is without any commissions or at all. You should add commissions if you have any, or adjust for slippage. But here's where it gets, diving into the weeds of it, the optimization. There were 467 trades, 467 times where all those filter values were met. Now you go into the optimization. Now you start to figure out, I wonder if there's a better price range. Is there a price range that's more of a sweet spot rather than every single, from 0 to 50? Is there a better time? Time of day. Is there a time of day that works better? Okay. It's tedious. Okay. It's very tedious. And then you've got other filters that you can, add in. I mean, it's very tedious. So I can't tell you, if you want to use it, you can go ahead and use it, but so the idea then would be if you saw a nice equity curve moving higher, you might say, okay, that's not a bad looking strategy. Okay, without too many drawdowns and anything. And you might say, okay, I'll run that and see what happens. But it is not something, that if anybody who's new listening to me, don't think you have to know how to do that. Okay. You don't. Only for, I would call them market nerds. Okay. If you really want to get into it and you've got the time, because it takes a long time, because you can see, you can start to fiddle around on the optimization. You can add a filter in, take one out, run the back test, see what happens. And I used to try back testing back when I first got the product. I was very excited to try it. You know what happened? What really happened is that it showed me that some of the things that I thought should work didn't work at all. Seriously. So it was a great way to, adjust my thinking. Thinking, you go, well, in those days, go on the internet and somebody's saying, "Oh, this is a fantastic strategy. Everybody should try this." So you construct it within Trade Ideas. You run a back test on it, and it's terrible. Okay. If I ran a back test on I bet you if I ran a back test on this, it would be terrible or not great. I don't care though, because I want to see the alerts. See how many alerts I get? Hardly any. So I have no problem just clicking on the alert and then checking to see, what's happening. So this is three great trades, guys. I mean, the base, the Yext, and the Kojit. I mean, these are three really good trades. Out of five. And even the U was a decent trade right at the beginning. I actually took this trade right at the beginning. Okay, when it did this, and it got all the way up to 38.20. I didn't get it right at 37.48, but and I was able to trade out of it though very quickly because then it started to drop. Now, the person who said we're eliminating, where are you? Paul, I don't know if you're still around in our YouTube room. I did not say that we're eliminating auto trading. I said we're eliminating auto trading the AI. If you have your own strategy that you backtest and you want to auto trade it, you can still auto trade. You just can't auto trade the AI. But why would you want to? Literally, why would you want to? You get so few alerts, just trade around them. I'll say it again. If auto trading was so darn good, why, don't you think I'd be doing it? Not talking to you, Paul. I'm just talking in general. Well, yeah, that's the other thing, as Ryan Glad is saying. Well, you do back tests, yeah, and you don't want to curve fit. In other words, what I was saying with the optimization, you get it down to, well, if I took these 10 trades over the last 63 days, they all would have worked. Okay, really curve fitting, to get to the absolute right time, the absolute right volume, the absolute price range. You've got to have at least a good number. I don't know what that number is anymore. Maybe at least 100. You know but you don't want to get down to well, I found there were five great trades, so that's my strategy. you know and the back that exactly, and that's why there is a slippage component that you where's that slippage well, there's a slippage component, okay, that says, okay, you get an alert. I get an alert at 250. How far outside of that 250 would I be willing to go, as an example? In other words, would I be willing to go 5 cents outside? Because sometimes, something is moving so quickly. The AI is giving the real time alert, but that doesn't mean that by the time, even in auto trading, it doesn't mean that, you'll be able to get the trade right at that price. No, we don't charge any fees. Question is, are there fees that Trade Ideas charges if we use Brokerage Plus for trading our Interactive Brokers account? No, we don't charge anything. IB will charge you, but we don't. Yeah, no, as far as a good time to exit, there's the only thing it will really tell you is where the stop is, okay? Which is a good, if the trade doesn't work for you. And I'd always, but some of these stops, for instance, for base 1814, what I've had a stop at 1974, not even close. Okay. Now this system generated that somehow, but that doesn't mean I would follow that. Okay. I mean, I would never get into a short at 1814 and have a stop $1.60 away. That's way for an $18 stock. If it were Apple or, some higher price stock, fine. But this is where managing the trade comes in. The X. So the X we had, you could have what I would have done had I been in this, I probably would have taken some off right around here. If I'm in around 1274, I probably would have taken some off at 1344 in that area because it could have stalled there. I don't want to let it come all the way back. But this is, this is where trading experience comes in. And this is why practice in the simulator. There's a lot to trading, guys. There's not easy. It's not easy. What we try to do here is give you some focus, though. I mean, I'm not saying every day it's going to be like this, but and every day is only going to be five stocks. I think yesterday it was five also or six. But it gets you to focus. If all you did was focus on these five stocks all day long, it would have been awesome. And this percent right there, that's just showing you the move from the first alert. I don't pay attention to these numbers at all. They make no difference to me. It's just this. All right, guys. And remember, I repeat, this room is like this Monday to Friday between say 9 and 3:30. Okay, this is not something special for the test drive. Not only do I think we have the best scanner, real-time scanner in the business, but I think we have the best real-time support in the business. I don't know anybody else who does this sort of stuff. Not just me. I mean, talking about all the support that we've got, the other five traders. TRUP. Take a look at TRUP from Ori. Tupenian. Wow, didn't see this. Well, you know why? Look at the relative volume. So again, if somebody says, well, I want a scanner that's going to see this, I can do it. The problem is that relative volume is so low that if so as a filter, I mean, it's not even trading normally. Okay, it's 0.97. So if we put a relative volume in at zero point 0.5 to make sure you catch this, you will see probably 100 others that don't do this. Okay, you just have to mentally deal with it. Okay, move on. But now this one tomorrow, it's not an earnings play, is it? No, it's not an earnings play. You guys have been talking about CERT, CERT. Obviously not doing well. No kidding. This is not an earnings play. So what the heck is happening here? They're talking in a conference right now. Yeah, so you just hit the flat, you just highlight the trade and hit flatten. Okay. Question is, how do I get out of a trade immediately? So if you had a series of trades in B plus, you just find the one you want, highlight it. In this case, I only have the one. So I would just highlight it and flatten. That gets you out of the trade immediately. Okay. And again, this is a way in which you can swing trade, practice swing trading. If I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, this isn't the simulator, this STGW. If I don't exit at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. I can hold, I don't know how long you can hold it, but I'm sure weeks. All right, guys. Let me put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. I just want to get a little bite to eat here. Okay. Give me, excuse me, give me a moment, VWAP. I just want to finish munching on this bagel. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so what you're saying is, okay, it's still showing, but your position is zero, right? Now, if you don't, if you want to, I know there's an option here somewhere. Where is it? Pepe is going to have to help me. Where's that option? To get rid of, to hide trades that are over. I know there's an option somewhere, but that's what you mean, right? It says position zero, but it's still showing. I just can't remember where that option is. New, no. Pepe will know. On this screen here, just let me get rid of this stuff. Hide, not hide here. Checkbox right there. Where? Here at the top. Here? Nope. Oh, all types? Nope. Oh, God. Okay, so there it is. It's right there. It's right in front of me. Hide zero positions. Okay. Okay, so VWAP, there it is. Hide zero positions. Obviously, I'm still in this one, so but if I exit it, then it would hide. It's right there. Okay, you know what I want to do then? I want to take a trade just for fun. I want to see. You're saying it still works. Let's take 100 shares. 100 shares. I'm going to go. I'm going to buy it. Send it. Here I am. I'm going to flatten it. I'm out of it. Hide zero positions. Okay, so what? Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, the little box that is right in front of us. Right in front of us. What would I do without you, Pepe? When you retire from all this, you have to let me know because I have to plan my retirement at the same time. Yeah, but you're a real help. I feel like you're just somebody that I can always rely on just for these sort of things, which really helps, believe me. So I do appreciate it. I'm not a big B plus user at all. I mean, I try to demonstrate, of course, the simulator, but everything else, All right, guys. You know what's going to be fascinating is to see what happens with GME after hours. It really will be. They release earnings after hours. It's been chopping around all day. It's had a nice run, but they release earnings after hours. Will they have another surprise release like they did here? This was in March. And that was a huge surprise earnings release. But, from there, basically almost fell right back. But see what happens. Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 2:15. This is one that I would have loved to have taken, but the spread was not good. CVGW, and it was sneaky good. 30. I saw this right around this 31.19. The spread wasn't good. I mean, it's not terrible right now. 32.47, 32.52, and I had a nice little run. Where am I seeing it? In my earnings play, up and down, right there. It's been showing quite a bit. Oh, CERT. Take a look. Did CERT bounce? Must have bounced. Yeah, it did bounce. Wow, big bounce. 18 to well, not a huge bounce, but big enough. 19 to 20. So, guys, I'm still in the COGT and waiting to see if it can really drop. Had a little pop up here, but 1171 is the low. And again, when I look left, the next low on the weekly chart is 1121. So it still has room. Well, let's take a look at what happened from my 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Pretty simple to do the breakdown. Only one alert all day long. But what an alert it was. It also was alerted in the AI earlier. So 1774, and it got down to 1616. That's pretty good. Now let's take a look at the other ones. This is from the 10-day daily breakout. Mavis happened at 9:31. The alert was at 7:82. What did it do from there? Yeah, I wouldn't call that. I mean, that would have been so quick. I mean, it did get up to 8, but that, I wouldn't call that. But look what it's doing now. I mean, who knows? Maybe later on in the day it might come back. Yext, of course, we know all about. You know, the alert at 9:31, 12:15, got up to 14 something. Mara, I don't know what happened. What was happening with Bitcoin all day? So Mara 1040. Yeah, not nothing. See, these if I had seen this one, I would not have taken it anyway, just because it's too Bitcoin related. I like the ones that are, you know, kind of trade on their own. They're not so tied to the sector. This one, Stitch Fix 465 on the alert, and it got up to 511. Pretty darn good. Again, these are ideas, right? These are ideas. Affirm. The alert was at 1882. What did it get up to? Yeah, before it pulled all the way back. Not bad, 1952. This one, Spirit, 2887. And it got up to 3029. That's really good. And then Farm was, you know, kind of a weird one. 351, 341, got up to, I mean, pretty good. I mean, 367, 370 from 341. Nice percentage move. And am I sharing these? Yes. My only disappointment of the day was Love. I was really anticipating it would have a big drop. Earnings play. It looked really good right here. Had room to go down, but no, it just bounced. Waiting for somebody to pipe in something like that, William. It was either going to be you or Real. I think Real is probably gone. BMR. So BMR was down, I know, this morning. Yeah, not easy. Not easy. I just can't get my head around something that looks like this. Well, guys, any questions? Good time. I'm not really doing too much. I'm just hanging on to that COGT short to see if it has any length, any bit of a move down more than has already happened. What I will do is put the test drive link in. You can still try the test drive. Sign up right now. You'll get the balance up to date plus 7 trading days. you click on the test drive link, so you will not get 2 weeks. You'll get the balance of today plus 7 trading days to the 20th, okay, including the 20th, which is a Tuesday. And why we're doing it to the Tuesdays, because Monday's a holiday. So we wanted to make sure we had 10 days. So it'll actually go to the 20th, which is a Tuesday, including Tuesday, okay? So for $11.11, you'll have access to our premium service, except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. Now, if we're not getting rid of auto trading completely. If you want to auto trade your own strategies, fine. It's just no auto trading the AI going forward. But during the test drive, even auto trading your own strategies, no go. Okay. But you have access to the AI. I think somebody misinterpreted. I said, well, you mean we don't have the AI during the? No. You have this. This is all you need. Okay. This is what it looks like. This is all you should load. Okay, never mind all the other stuff. I know we have an AI channel. Just complicates things. One window, and if you have this up and running now and you just loaded it today, make sure you save your layout, because then when you load your layout tomorrow, this window will be there. If you forget, don't worry. Just make sure you load it before 9:30. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. No alerts in the pre-market, no alerts after hours. Earliest alert is 9:35. And you can see that. All right, that got me out of Cogent, guys. So small gain. But as you see, not a lot of action after 10 o'clock. I can't say that's the norm. I would say until about 11 o'clock, probably you can get some alerts. You can get alerts in the afternoon, but it's rare. So take the test drive. The last one was in October, so that was a long time ago. I have no idea when the next one will be. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? Don't have to worry about that. We get a lot of emails. We're getting emails now. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Also open if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out, for the balance of today plus 7 trading days. It will cost you $11.11. After the test drive is over, we'll move you back down to standard unless you tell us, no, keep me at premium. So, okay, so Itchy or Itzhak, first of all, are you new to trading? Okay, well, I can share a layout. Okay, I can share the layout that you see here. Number one. Now, are you using our downloadable application, or are you on our web-based version? Hopefully, you're using if you have a PC, you're probably using the downloadable application, right? Oh, can you hear me? I'm not talking in general. I'm talking to somebody specifically. Itzhak. Okay. So, first of all, are you new to trading? I'm going to only ask one question at a time, so you can answer yes or no. So, are you new to trading? Yes, you are. Okay. Well, Trade ideas is an idea generator. Okay, I mean that's that's why we're called trade ideas. It's not going to teach you to trade, but what I can give you is a course, which I think you don't you what I think you should probably take a look at if you're brand new to trading. I can give you my layout, but it may not mean a lot to you if you're new to trading. I mean, it may not mean a lot to you because you don't know what you're looking at. So the main thing is here is, this is the AI as we call it. It generates alerts. You don't have to do anything. They just happen. You see the time it happens. You see the time of or the alert price. But the problem is, if you've never traded before, is you've got to kind of understand how to trade them. But that is my layout. If you want to load it, you can see you'll get everything except for this window here, which I can show you how to load. And this is a simulator, how you can practice trading. Oh, I thought you said you were new to trading. I asked you if you're new to trading and I saw a yes. Okay, so you've been trading over 10 years. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. I thought when I asked the question and I said, "Are you new to trading?" I thought I saw a yes. Okay, my mistake. Okay, well, I mean, Trade Ideas is a scanner. I mean, we can I've created scans that I'm sharing. I don't know what sort of a trader you are, if you're like a momentum type trader, if you like to see stocks that are, really active, volatile, near the highs or lows of the day to either buy or short. So, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. This is the one I've been talking about quite a bit. So here's a 10-day daily breakdown scan. Base 957 was the alert, 1774 was the price, and it went almost straight down. Some of these went straight up. These are ideas, though. These are ideas, okay? They're not, when you get the alert, you just take the trade. But you say you've got some trading experience. So, then you, in theory, if you do, if you took a look at Yext early and you like what you saw, the way I trade, I always look left to see where the next highs are. Where could it stall? As far as options are concerned, we don't scan for options. We do have some option filters. So what do I mean by that? So if I right click configure and search and do, excuse me, options. So these are the option filters that we have. So we have the put call ratio. So we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio, option volume, what that one is that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, the number of contracts today. Put volume and call volume. This is the key one. Option volume today percent. So let's just say that if a stock has over the last, I don't know, 10 days has traded, say, 5,000 contracts on average, okay? And you use this filter, this option volume today filter, and you put 300% ratio of 3. For you to see that stock today, the one that has on average traded 5,000 over the last 10 days, that would have to trade 15,000 contracts a day minimum. Okay. So what it's doing, oh, you can't see my screen? That's a tough one then. You can't see my screen. I really, yeah, if you can't see my screen, there's nothing for you to do really, I think, to see your screen. You're in, oh, oh, you do see my screen. Oh, okay. You do see my, I'm sorry. I know there's maybe a bit of a language um, issue here, so I do apologize. Oh, you're the only $11 buy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. You're talking, okay. You're in the test drive, the $11 test drive. So if you can see my screen, then again, this filter here, I mean, this at least will show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. How you trade now, if that allows you to trade the options, I mean, if you want to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity, we can do that, but we're not scanning for options. Okay. You're not here for options. Yeah, you just said and options too. I was just trying to show you how you can find stocks trading having abnormal option activity. That's all. Well, if you're asking me what I do, I don't tell people what to buy or sell if that's what you're saying. I mean, my job as a moderator, for Trade Ideas moderator, is to, show people how you can use our product. And when I'm getting interested in taking a trade, I will say, guys, I really like this. I mentioned the COGT earlier. I really like this trade underneath the whole number, but I'm not telling people to do what I do. So I mean, if you have 10 years of experience, and I had said to you, well, I really like this COGT trade underneath 12, okay, like what happened there, you might look at that, go, I don't like it. That's fine. Okay. But I liked it because when I look left on the weekly chart, I see a lot of room down to 1118. And that's what I'm all about. I always look left to see where a stock could keep going until it hits the next support area if I'm shorting, or a resistance area if I'm going long. But that's my style of trading. But I gave you a link, I think. Yeah, I gave you a link. So if you want my layout, you're gonna have you'll get everything except for this. And I can show you how you load that. You just click on new from our toolbar and Brokerage Plus. That is, this is our simulator. Goose GGZ. No, this is not set up in the channel bar, but here it is here. Okay. So here's my layout that I'm sharing, except for this window that we call B plus. It's not that I don't want to, it just doesn't it doesn't copy to you guys. You have to load it. You have to load it yourself, but everything else should copy through. Great ideas. I mean, it's a scanner. I mean, you can do it. You can create all your own alerts, all your own scans if you want to. I'm sharing a lot of my scans here in the toolbar. If you click on new and then docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, and you can kind of go through them. And here's a pre-market channel as an example. You can use this in the pre-market. So Goose, I'm more of a momentum trader. Okay, so these are no this scan here. Well, it's called momentum up. So this is a momentum scan. So I'm more of a momentum scan trader. But this is our AI. This is what I'm trying to showcase. This is our AI, which could be short, could be long. Depends on what alerts you get during the day. And there's nothing for you to do to set this up. You just load the window and let the alerts happen. And that is from, if you don't have my layout, you just have to click on new from our toolbar and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, that option there. This will be the window that'll show up tomorrow. If you load trade, if you load trade ideas before 9:30, and then you can load this window like I did. Just wait for the alerts to happen. This is part of the premium service. No alerts happened before 9:35. You see, the earliest one was at 9:40 for Yext. But again, you can have. I mean, we've got a lot of scans that we have created in here. All these are theme-based channels. If you want to create your own scans, I'm just talking in general, of course. But if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If you right-click, configure, and search. Now, nobody should get hung up on how many of these alerts that we have. These are all real-time alerts. So let me back this up. In this particular momentum up scan, this is what it's looking for. And this is the context for all alert windows and top list windows. If you're ever wondering, you see a scans and you want to say, well, what's it doing? What's it trying to find? Well, you right click on it, configure, and summary. This is telling you exactly what it's looking for. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 6, that's a very powerful filter that I use in just about every single scan. That means it's got to be trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares. This is the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So of all these filters, this is the screening aspect. Lots of screeners out there, okay? This is the screening aspect of trade ideas. And here is the key. If all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we're seeing this. The last one was at 1 o'clock. Since, this window, the last real-time alert that met all of these requirements was check at 1 o'clock. Nothing since then. But if you want to create your own scans, or you can, of course, modify this. For instance, you might take my scan and go, well, I like the idea, but I hate the price range. Maybe you want 10 and 100. You can change it. But if you want to create your own scans, these are all of the real-time alerts that we got. It starts off with a new high, new low. I'm not going to go through them all, of course, and don't get hung up on how many we have. When we come to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So we have so many because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there, thousands of customers. So when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to go through the arduous routine or well, having to learn a programming language, okay, in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough different alerts and filters, real-time alerts and filters at the average that would satisfy the majority of our customers. If you want to create your own scans. But as I say, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There are a lot of scans in this toolbar. So you could have a Trade Idea subscription and never, if you don't want to, create a scan from scratch. Yeah, new trading. Better improve my diction. Mm. The CCOGT is coming back down again. So click on new and premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, Goose. You'll see there are some premium strategy window, trades window. You want this one. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you want this one, not the long term. So you want the premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. And then this is the window that'll pop up. We do have a channel, but why complicate it? Why complicate it with all this stuff? When all you really need is this, in my opinion. Okay. All you need to pay attention to. I'm all about keeping things simple. You notice on my charts, I have very, very few indicators. The only thing I've got on my, well, I bring back the daily chart. The only thing I have on my daily chart is the 200-day moving average. That blue line right there. And I really have nothing else. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, well, why the heck doesn't he use RSI or stochastics or MACD or anything else? I'm not here to tell anybody that they should trade like I do. That if you have an indicator, if you like using indicators and you find a way to use them and make money, go for it. The thing is, guys, you can make trade ideas as complicated as you want. Okay. I just wouldn't overcomplicate it. If I had the premium service, have this up and running, and maybe have a couple of other scans, maybe have a race and maybe one or two other scans, and that's it. Okay. Don't get hung up on trying to have so many alert windows, so many top list windows, so that you, in theory, don't miss anything that could possibly happen, and then you get nothing done. You know, deal with the. I mean, I I think Feo. And I'm not dumping on you, but by any stretch, okay. But somebody said, how could I see Roku this morning? Actually, Ford is a better example. How could I see Ford this morning? Okay. First thing I did was I looked at the relative volume at 1.69. Now it may have been more earlier. I'll grant that, but I don't know. The thing is that I can create a scan to find anything for you if I drop my filter values enough, and not be selective. It's all about being selective. So yes, I will never see forward because that relative volume is too low for me. Most of my filters are at least 3 for the relative volume. But I deal with it. Okay, I miss forward, but I see other ones that are really, really good. Yes, the standard version has Brokerage Plus. Yes. So you can practice trading. If you want to use it to trade your account, if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you can use it. It's pretty amazing though. Yeah, only not one alert in the last. Did I change something accidentally? Amazing in the momentum up. The last alert happened at 1 o'clock. I mean, we're at almost 3 o'clock now. Maybe makes a little sense. The market is, definitely been weakening most of the day. Look at Unfy, guys. What a bounce that had. What a bounce Unfy had, being just creamed in the pre-market. That tan area here is the pre-market. So it got creamed in the pre-market, had a little pull up. This is what prevented me. I was actually going to short this in the pre-market, but I didn't do it because of that pull up. I thought, okay, you know what? I mean, there are people willing to step in to buy it and actually pop it pretty hard. And quite frankly, I mean, I would have taken it just under 20, and yeah, it did get down to 19, but then what a move up. How do you know when to take profits? Well, that's the age old question. I mean, you could do things like this, I suppose. Um, I mean, it depends what you're in. I mean, a lot of the stuff that, we see here, they're pretty volatile. So if I got into something and it popped immediately and it was a low float, I'll probably take some off almost immediately because, you run the risk of having it drop immediately on you. Okay. But that is my style. Now, if you're going to say, well, how much do you take off? There's no scientific basis. No, not like I take, okay, a third or a half or a quarter. I have a bit of a feel for maybe what's going on. But what you can start to do is, put risk reward lines on your chart. So let's make the math simple. Can I do it here? Let's pretend that we took this trade of Fulton, FULT. Let me ask or answer this question. You tried Brokerage Plus ending a limit order. No, you can use Brokerage Plus pre-market and after hours. I've done it. Not I don't okay, first of all, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay, I'll just tell you that. But people have asked, so I wanted to make sure you can do it. Now you can do it. You can't go in market. You did it right. You go in at limit. Why it didn't place the order, I don't know. You'd have to send a log or something but you can definitely do it. You can definitely use Brokerage Plus before 9:30 Eastern time. I unfortunately I just can't demonstrate right now, but you can definitely do it. No, you should be able to, well, simulate it. Well, okay. That I don't see why not, because I mean, you you can do pre-market trading with your broker, and you have to go in a limit order with your broker. But let me ask the question. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't do pre-market trading linked to your broker with Brokerage Plus. But I'll ask the question. Oh, okay. So you are simulated. Okay, I'm not going to ask the question then. Well, you can definitely do it. All I can say is you can definitely do it. I don't know why it didn't happen for you, but if you show up tomorrow, at 9:30 or 9 o'clock, I'll take a simulated trade, before the market opens. Just remind me. So if you do show up, Walt, at say 9 o'clock when I open the room and get live on the mic, maybe just remind me. Or what I can do is put a note for myself because it doesn't have to be at 9. I can do it earlier, just to show you that it can happen. So do a pre-market trade. So that's my note for me to do that tomorrow. I think I was explaining something else when I got sidetracked. So you won't have to be, okay. You can come in at any time. I'll take the trade in the pre-market, prove it to you. You won't have to be here. Oh, profit, right. But it'll show the time. So you'll see it'll be before 9:30. Okay. So you don't have to be here at any specific time. Just show up and remind me, okay? But I will have already taken the trade. Okay, yes. When to take profit? Okay, let's just pretend that with this one here, I got into this trade at FULT at 1280, and I had a 10-cent stop. I'm gonna have to pretend, make believe, okay? So the first level of a 1 for 2, understanding risk reward, would be 13. Okay. So you could put a horizontal line. Wait a minute. As I say, you can put a horizontal line. Don't tell me you can't do this in the. Maybe that doesn't work with this HTML chart. So let me try here. Okay, so I guess that those drawing features don't work yet in these new HTML charts. But okay, so again, let's pretend I took the trade at 1280 for FULT and I had a 10-cent stop. So again, before I take a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2. Okay, risk reward. So if my risk is 10 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on the trade. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but so what you can start to do is you can start to put these little risk reward lines on your chart. So that's the first one, the 1 for 2. And then a 1 for 3 would be 10 cents on top of that, right? Because now 10 cents and you're making 30 cents. And so on. You could start putting your little risk reward chart or little risk reward lines on the chart. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you get in at 1280, it gets up to this 13 level, and it starts moving higher, and then all of a sudden it starts to drop. I'd be taking some profit. Okay. The last thing I want to happen is for it to go through this line and then get right back down to where I bought it, and even worse. So I'd probably take some off, if I sensed any sort of weakness in between these two levels. If I don't sense any weakness, then I just let it go, break the next level, and then of course I'd have another line and another line and all that. I mean, that is one way to do it. And maybe it's a little tedious, but I mean, if you're just starting out trading, and you don't, and the other thing is, if you're starting out trading, I wouldn't have more than one trade open at a time, max 2. I don't have more than 2 usually at a time. Okay, so you can do things like that. The other thing, if real were here, if you want to start using moving averages, he puts the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, and as long as it doesn't, as long as it doesn't break down through that, he doesn't get out of the trade, as an example. I will. It's not pretty. Okay, the floater. It's not pretty, but I will share it. Where is it? Sector. Okay, so let me. And let me bring it up and show you what it looks like. It's not pretty, I mean, I probably should, but I mean, it's functional. Okay. So the interesting thing is, okay, so these are some of the major sectors. Okay. And And of course, you can create a compare count window and so what it's doing, here's oil and gas extraction. And now it says versus oil and gas extraction. So what it's doing is it'll look at stocks that are making a new high versus making a new low. And you'll see a ticker. So look at finance, insurance. And now if you load this at 9:30, of course, you know, this is what's happening right now. So DPST, what you'd want to do, of course, is have a chart. Maybe you want to put a chart in here. I don't know. But it's loading right there. It's not bad. But where I find it maybe more fascinating to use is okay, at the beginning, you'll see the strong sectors. Number one, after 15 minutes, you'll see maybe you'll get a bit of a trend for the day, maybe, and you'll see what the strong sectors are. What I think is interesting, though, let's just say you saw this strong sector right here, 100% right now, as we speak, the financials, like a financial and insurance. Here's one that's showing up though in red. Everything else is green, and this is showing up in red. Why? Maybe click on it. Well, I can't see it now, but that's why I'd want to have a chart. These are too big. I mean, obviously, what I should do is just shrink it down a lot. Okay, and I'd want to, pretty it up a bit. Maybe do it like this even. Okay. So again, if you saw something, I mean, this is a very small sample size because remember, it's only going to show you when you loaded it. So at 3 o'clock, but you let this go for 5 minutes and you'll probably get maybe a bit of a trend. Again, what if you saw virtually everything was green and then all of a sudden you get this one red stock? Click on it, see what's happening. Like, why is that one running counter to its sector as an example? If I saw all of us in a green one here in telecommunications, I go, I wonder why. Click on it, see what's happening. Now, one thing I see right here, these are a lot of ETFs, which I don't like, but don't mind that. Oops. So because I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, this is something I could probably stick on my other monitor, keep an eye on it, and kind of check to see what a strong sector is. And you can, of course, create your own. You can put your own sector in here. You have to create a symbol list, perhaps. But again, this is sort of meaningless right now because I just loaded it. But I'll be interested to see what happens tomorrow. So where are you seeing an 80% win rate? See, I don't pay any attention to that at all, Goose. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. I just don't pay any attention. It probably what that means is that when that strategy was back tested over whatever length of time, and I don't know what that length of time is, the maximum we can go is 3 months. It had maybe an 80% win rate. But I can't tell you what that period was. The max it would be 3 months because I don't have access to the individual strategies so that I could do this, right click, configure, and then summary and see what they're looking for, and then have run the back test on it. Okay. But Goose, I told you, don't go to that channel. Don't complicate things. Oh, I see. Over 200 trades per trade. Yeah, win rate. Okay, so I don't, but I don't know what the period. Probably was back tested for 3 months. These are the key ones. It's breakout long and breakout short. I mean, the sunrise mover, I think, is the one that gave us you. I mean, again, it wasn't terrible, but ultimately, but the breakout long and the breakdown short, those are the two really good strategies, I think. I think they probably are in every day. But again, I wouldn't just watch this window. I mean, does it? And again, I'm not talking to you specifically, but just does it really matter where this strategy came from or where this alert came from? Just click on it, see what you see. You like what you see, you can trade it. The only thing you should know is it to go short or is it to go long? Okay, we finally got a new one right there, Mavis, MVIS, just showed up and the momentum up. That happened right at 3:05. So that's a real-time alert, okay? At 8:11, so it got up to 8:11 at 3:05 plus 27 seconds. That's it. Premium trades window. That's all I would look at. You'll really save premium AI strategy. Sorry, premium AI strategy trades window from our toolbar. Click on new premium AI strategy trades window. This is all you need to see. Everything else, in my opinion, just overcomplicates it. Yeah, look at Mavis. So every time Mavis is making a new high, it's showing up here right at the top. So guys, I usually shut down around 3:20. I'll always stay longer if there are questions. I know I say a little bit longer yesterday. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to have a promo code that will be better than my promo code. So that's why I haven't been talking about anybody who wants to take out a subscription. I'd probably wait for tomorrow, but I will put my home link in. Okay, so there's a promo code, but wait till tomorrow. I mean, if you're really going to take out a subscription, I believe I'll have one for 25% tomorrow. Okay, just don't have it. It's not ready yet. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Or if you're doing our test drive, it starts off with the download and install, your first startup and login. I mean, at least know what the scans are. Important intro to scans, top lists, and alert windows. If you did all of these videos, it would take 30 minutes. Do I risk more than 2% of my account value per trade? I don't really know. I mean, I know if you go online, I mean, I think that's probably a recommendation. Your account size is so if you have $100,000 in your account, you could risk $2,000 on a trade in theory. If your account size is 5,000, you can do the math, 100. And then if you're new to Trading 101, this is free. I do a daily stock of the day video. Of course, that's free also. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I understand, did it trigger? Can anybody tell me if this triggered? I know the trade of the week is ARK. Would it had a trigger in the email? There'd be a trigger price. It saves me from having to look at the email. It's possible that it did trigger. And then the education section right here. And then, of course, all my scans that I'm sharing. So if you do decide tomorrow to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link, then use that promo code. I'm hoping it'll be ready for tomorrow. If not, it'll be Friday. And if you save my link, then you can look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. It did trigger. Okay, thank you, Stuart. So it looked like it triggered, but then it probably dropped. But there's a stop in there. I don't know what the stop is, but Holly did not recommend it. This is it. What you see, this is it for the AI. If you can see my screen. Okay, these are the 5 that were triggered today. Now, if you're asking, well, why didn't the AI trigger MVIS? A couple of reasons. The scans that made the cut today were the breakout long, the breakout short, and I think something called Sunrise Mover. Okay. So this stock here did not meet whatever the filters are, and those 3 scans did not meet. Okay. Obviously, this would have been a long. So in the 2 long strategies, the filters did not meet. Now, we're not met. Now we have, I don't even know how many scans we have anymore, but we used to have 50 scans that would get optimized overnight. And they go through this optimization procedure. And in order to make the cut the next day, they would have to have a win rate of a certain percentage. Okay. And then they'd make the cut. So it's possible that some scan that didn't make the cut would have picked up Mavis. Okay. But that scan did not make the cut. But my momentum play did. And look at this. Now, this is late. I mean, this is, this happened at 9:31, 782, and it dropped from there. Again, these are ideas, right? And so it came all the way back up to 782. I'm not saying to take the trade or anything, but, eventually it worked its way all the way back. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wind up. So if there are any more questions, please ask them now. Meanwhile, Mogul's on the move again. MGOL is on the move again. Look at this. Now, this is super late. Typically, we do not get these so late, in the day. Not ever saying to take this trade, but this was the idea. But typically we do not. I mean, the last one in the 10-day daily breakout was at 10:15. Very rarely do we get one this late. And of course, it's a low float, 4.9 million in the float. It's not a filter I have in place here, but I mean, for a stock to be trading, wow, look at this. The stock to be trading abnormally, typically, volume wise, typically it's going to be a low float situation. And you can see that just showed up here. Wow, look at this thing go. And if you're wondering, well, why didn't it show up a little bit earlier? Again, it all boils down to the filters. First of all, it would have to break the high of the day, which is 196. So, of course, but what happened here is some filter prevented it until right here at 226. Well, even actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. This might have triggered right around here. I keep forgetting that this is just showing me the time, the last time it was triggered, but it could have been triggering, at 312, at 310. Michael, I have no idea about VTU. You're asking more fundamental questions, and so I don't. I mean, it's an energy play, but it's coal mining. So I have no feeling for BTU whatsoever. You're asking more macro type questions, because it's got a book value of 24 and a price to earnings ratio of 2.02. Because I'm more of an intraday trader, those sort of things just don't I don't even think about. That I did, Michael. I did enjoy my vacation. Yes. What is Tio doing? What is Tio doing after being shellacked? Okay, how to move floating windows? It's across big in Canada. I heard it was. Well, once upon a time, I think in theory it is still considered Canada's national sport. I think if you look, I mean hockey obviously, but I think lacrosse was always considered Canada's national sport also. I played lacrosse a little bit. Pretty interesting game. Brutality is expected. Anyway, I have to answer somebody. So when you say how to move floating windows, what do you mean by that exactly? Here's a floating window. So I don't know what you mean by moving it. I mean, obviously I'm moving it, but so I don't know what you mean by moving floating windows. If you can elaborate a little bit more. Can you hear me? Okay, are you talking about putting a floating window into a dock? Into a dock window? Yeah, Shady, it's an amazing game. It really is, you know. I mean, it's but it's a brutal game. When I played, there wasn't as much padding and hacking and everything was like that was permitted. You just hack at a guy on the stick and okay, so you want to be able to take a okay, so I understand. You want to take a floating window and put it into a dock window. Well, Michael, I can't. I'm in Vancouver, so you know I'm on the West Coast. All that smoke is on the East Coast, so it's it's not not an issue for me. Okay, do you have a dock window already? You already have a dock window, and you want to put a floating window in it? Is that what you want to do? I know there's a little bit of a delay in YouTube in terms of well, okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new dock window. Okay, I'm going to go click new, and then I'm going to click a new dock window. Here it is. I'll give it a name, call it test. Okay. Now, if I want to put this window in it, this floating window in this dock window that I call test, I right click. Okay, and duplicate into test. Well, I can do this. I mean, I'll show you. I'll duplicate it into test. I think I know what you're talking about. So there it is as a tab. Here is another floating window that I got. Okay. Watch list, right click, duplicate into test. So here they are as two tabs. But the idea, of course, is you want to see them. You want to see all the information. You know, you can keep it as a tab, but this is what you're talking about. Grab the header, like the header where it says say halts resumes or right up here. Left click and now pull it. Okay, that's when this will show up. Is this what you're talking about? With an up arrow, left arrow, right? And now you just pick where you want it. So if I want halts resumes to the right of my watch list, I just get onto the right side. Okay, and that didn't work. There we go. Okay, so now it's on the right side. If I want halts resumes underneath my watch list, grab it, move it into that, and then click and get to the down arrow, release it. Okay, a little tricky. You know, the trick is to grab the header. If some people want to grab this and you know, sometimes, yeah, this is what happens, you see. When you don't grab the actual header, then this is what gets really confusing for people. Why is this happening? Okay. So make sure you grab the header exactly where all the text is. And then you can play around and move things around and get everything the way you want it to be. Okay. Is this Shady? Is this outdoor or box lacrosse? Is it indoor or outdoor? Outdoor, yeah. Well, indoor is probably even more brutal because of the boards and all that. But yeah, I never really played indoor. I was always outdoor. And when I was playing the goalies, I mean the goalies, I mean the padding they wear, they look huge. Now, why did he play? If we're way off, I know, guys, but I'm just curious why, if you didn't know anything about it, how come he decided that, you know what, Dad, I'm going to play lacrosse? Okay, friends from school. Well, that'll do it. Okay, guys, 3:25. So I've been 10 minutes of overtime. Are there any more questions? Again, I'm just kidding about overtime. If there are questions, I'll always hang around. All right. I don't see any. So I think I'll wind this up. All right, everybody. So thank you for all the help, as always. The main room will be open at no later than 8 o'clock. Okay. Okay. I'm going to copy and paste a little bit better. There we go. But I'll be live on the mic, 9 o'clock, sharing my screen starting at 9 o'clock in both the rooms, YouTube and the main room. Okay. So have a great evening and we will see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now. Same thing. We'll see you tomorrow at 9.